our pleasure to welcome you to day 2 of our seminar. Yesterday's session was truly enlightening and today's session promises to be just as captivating. We will uncover timeless wisdom of this region's military culture. Once again, I, Commander Bhavna, and Lieutenant Colonel Aditya extends a very warm welcome to each one of you. With pleasure, For our first session, our session will explore the fascinating topic of military culture in the region. This session will delve into the rich oral traditions, martial folk music, and the lives and careers of sannyasis, traders, and colonial sepoys who played a significant role in shaping the region's military culture. Our panelists will also examine the various recruitment traditions, including the phenomena of long-distance soldiering in the region, and discuss the reasons behind the availability of military power. Through this session, we aim to gain a deeper understanding of the complex and nuanced military culture of the region. With pleasure, I introduce our chair. Professor Kaushik Roy is a Guru Nanak Chair Professor in the Department of History, Jadavpur University, Kolkata. He specializes in the military history of Eurasia. Professor Roy has published many articles in peer-reviewed journals. His latest book is titled The Indian Rebellion 1857 to 1859. We welcome you on. Our first panelist, Professor Sabyasachi Dasgupta, is an assistant professor at the Department of History at Visva-Bharati Santiniketan. His core area of research is the colonial Indian Army, while also retaining an interest in the post-independence Indian Army. Professor Dasgupta essentially seeks to explore notions of identity, notions of honor and justice, the complex dynamics between colonial armies and their parent societies. He is currently working on visual depictions of the revolt of 1857 and 2 biographies by Bengali medical personnel in World War I. Welcome.
I request everyone to please settle down. Please be silent. Brigadier Pradipto Goswami, our second panelist, ladies and gentlemen, was commissioned into the Regiment of Artillery in June 1996. Graduate from National Defence Academy, Khadakwasla, and the Defence Services Staff College. He possesses extensive combat experience, including roles during Operation Vijay, as a battery commander during Operation Parakram, and as a General Staff Officer of Rashtriya Rifle Sector in counter-terrorism operations. He has commanded a regiment at Dras and a mountain artillery brigade during Operation Snow Leopard. A military history enthusiast, he authored Untold Story of Chota Nagpur, its journey with the colonial army, exploring British interest in the Chota Nagpur plateau and its significance in World War II. He is currently posted as head of Joint Training Team in Defence Services Staff College, Wellington. Please join me in welcoming Brigadier Goswami on the dais. Dr. Amit Pathak, our third panelist for this session, ladies and gentlemen, is a distinguished military historian and a senior fellow at the Center for Military History and Conflict Studies in New Delhi. His expertise lies in the 1857 uprising and the historical context of Western Uttar Pradesh. He has authored notable publications, including the books 1857 Living History and History and Culture of Western Uttar Pradesh. And he is set to release Meerut 1857 very soon. Dr. Pathak has also created the documentary A Soldier Never Dies about Major Ranbir Singh, a martyr of the 1965 Indo-Pak War. His most recent work, Allah Udal Balad rendition of Western Uttar Pradesh, a war rendition of India, was launched by our previous Chief General Manoj Pandey in March 2024 as part of Project Udbhav. He has actively contributed to commemorating the 1857 uprising through various projects including memorials and the Government Freedom Struggle Museum at Meerut, which was visited by Honorable Prime Minister Mr. Narendra Modi. Currently, he is documenting India's military history from 1990 CE to 1803 CE and researching the anti-colonial history of Northeast India. We welcome you, sir, on the dais.
Good morning, everybody. So in this session, we have three speakers. Two will be concentrating on military recruitment. Of them, these two, one is Professor Sabyasachi Bhattacharya, and the other is Brigadier Pradipta Goswami. And the third speaker will be speaking on strategic geography of the Middle Gangetic region. Now, every speaker will get roughly 20 minutes and the rest of the time we'll have a question-answer session. I'll request all the speakers to confine themselves within the prescribed time limit. First, Brigadier Pradipta Goswami will speak. Next, Dr. Amit Pathak will speak, and third, Professor Dasgupta will speak. Thank you, everybody.
Good morning to all present, to the chair, to the panelists. At the very outset, I'd like to thank General Baisla, Colonel of the Bihar Regiment, Jal Sharma, DG USI, and of course, Brigadier Jaspal and his team at Bihar Regimental Center for organizing this very intellectually stimulating seminar, and of course, giving me the opportunity to be here to speak to you today. And the topic given to me is to discuss or kind of just enumerate the East India Company and the story of East India Company in Chota Nagpur, and the modern day what is called Jharkhand and previously known as Chota Nagpur, their journey with the British Empire. And so this is also the topic of one of the books I've written on this subject. So I have this onerous responsibility of firstly taking this entire audience to the south of the Grand Trunk Road for the first time, I think, in the session. And I have about 20 minutes to cover 200 odd years of history, so that's a tall order. I hope I can do some justice to this. So let me start straight away. As all of you are aware that, the turning point in India's relationship with the British was, of course, the Battle of Plassey, followed by the Battle of Buxar and the transfer of the Diwani of Bengal to the British. But Chota Nagpur was not classically a part of the Diwani of Bengal. So how did Chota Nagpur land up, how did the British land up in Chota Nagpur? And so the start point of this whole story goes to 1770. There is a place called Palamau, as all of you would be aware. One of the most imposing forts in Chota Nagpur area is in this region. And the then king there was one Jainath Singh. He was the king of Palamau. But the story actually goes back another 50 years. I'll have to take you to 1722, when the king here was one Jai Kishan Singh of the Chiro dynasty. He was overthrown, and it were by the predecessors of Jainath Singh who had overthrown Jai Kishan. Jai Kishan's grandson was staying with their Kanungo of the Palamau kingdom at Gaya, near Gaya. And with the British coming in and setting up the Patna Council in 1770 is the time when Udvant Rai, who was the Kanungo, he decided to make use of the British presence. And he lands up in the Patna Council with the grandson called Gopal Rai, and claimed that, Palamau is ours, and, you should help us get Palamau back. And so for the first time, we find that the British suddenly show keen interest, not so much as for love for Chota Nagpur, but possibly because of getting some more revenues from Chota Nagpur. And also that the Grand Trunk Road was tremendously harassed, all the movement, British movement along Grand Trunk Road was harassed by the Marathas. So they needed to get to the south of the GT Road. And so after a long drawn discussion between the Patna Council and Jainath Singh, finally the British decided to enter Chota Nagpur, and Captain Kamak of 24 native infantry with entire battalion of 10 companies decided to attack on Chota Nagpur, on Palamau fort. So interestingly, in the history of probably India also, we find an instance where the forces combined for the first time against the British. Ghulam Hussain, who was Zamindar of Siris, Narayan Singh, another Zamindar of a place called Kutumba, and the Rajas of Ramgarh, which is to the east of the map, which is on the viewfoil, and the Raja of Sirguja to the west of this map, they all combined forces against the British, forcing the European trained 24 native infantry back to a place called Jayanagar on 8th of February. That is the time when Kamak had to bring in the heavy artillery, he had to bring in the matchlock men, and again decided to attack the fort. But it was not the cannons or the matchlock men which captured this fort, but the betrayal of Udwant Rai. Udwant Rai, the Kanungo, was aware that there is a weak spot in the fort. The wall was deliberately left weak by Medini Rai when he made this fort in the 16th century, in the 17th century. And he pointed out this weakness in the fort's wall. And after 3 days of bombardment, this wall finally came down and the British breached the fort. The Chiros inside the fort continued to give a battle for 2 more days, but had to eventually evacuate the fort. But that was not the end of the story. They went into Sirguja country, which is to the west, and continued to harass the British from there for months together. But anyways, the fall of the fort of Palamau is also the start of the entire entrance of East India Company into Chota Nagpur, because after this we find that they not only capture Kutumba, Siris and Ramgarh. The only other major Raja in this area was the Raja of Chota Nagpur, or Chutia Nagpur as it was then called. And he was one Dripnath Shahi. He decided to surrender to the British without a fight. And so therefore the complete subjugation of Chota Nagpur was more or less complete. Now, so the British administration started spreading here. And the ingress of the British into Chota Nagpur, while we may feel what we may feel, but the fact is that it did have some good things which happened for this place. Firstly was, of course, the cartographic mapping happened, and therefore the discovery and mapping of the various natural resources of this countryside. One of the most richest part of our nation today. The development of roads and infrastructure commenced for providing better connectivity. And of course, the journey of the locals commenced with the British military. Chota Nagpur commenced its journey with the East India Company as a military collectorate under Captain Kamak. And it was a military collectorate till 75, when the first time a civilian was brought in, a civilian administrator was brought in into this place. It has undergone various change of names and control. So initially it was under the Patra Council, and then it became a special tract. It was called the Ramgarh Division, and one Mr. Chapman was brought in, and he became a 3-in-1, a judge, collector and magistrate for the first time. And in 1780, Chota Nagpur was also placed directly under the Bengal Presidency, taken out from under the Patna Council and placed under the Bengal Presidency. But all this movement of the foreigners in Chota Nagpur was not to the liking of the locals. And the 2 main tribes here, the Oraons and the Mundas, were just not fond of all this foreigner meddling going on. So in 1789 started the Vishnu Monkey revolts in Tamar and Bundu. This was initially against the Bengalis and the Biharis who were brought in by the British to run their administration for them in Chota Nagpur. But very soon it turned into a all-out against the British military themselves. And so right from the Bishnu Monkey revolts of 1789 till 1900, Birsa Munda, we find that this place was up in arms against the British throughout its history. So first let's look at the surveys which happened here, the geographical surveys. Now they are a very important aspect, not only from point of view of mapping a region and its resources, but also for road construction, for administration, for laying out bridges, and for various censuses that are happening in this area. And Major James Rennell was the first one who commenced the pioneering efforts of mapping Chota Nagpur, and he was assisted by two gentlemen, one Captain Thomas Carter and Lieutenant Richard Fennell of the famous Hudson's Horse, who mapped this entire area. So the first of the maps of Chota Nagpur which are available are printed under the name of Rennell and the names of these two gentlemen. And these pioneering efforts were also not without their interesting experiences, because the British didn't really know the people and the country. So there was an instance where there was one gentleman, one local native who was part of this entire surveying party, and he was brought to Ramgarh when they were doing the surveying of the road to Ramgarh. And the British didn't realize that he himself was a claimant to the various lands that the British were today holding. And it first came to the notice of Captain Kamak, and there was a huge furor, and he had to actually bring in a full company of the 24 Northern Native Infantry to come and capture this man and his followers and take him out by force from the survey party. So this was the learning experiences that the British had while they went along this entire process of taking over this place. This survey also led to the discovery of coal, iron ore, limestone, bauxite, mica and graphite deposits in addition to many other rich resources of the region. And these cartographic surveys, these maps are today a very rich resource of history themselves, for the names of the places, of people, of various monuments which existed or temples which existed. So all this has been marked on these maps, and when you kind of flip through all these maps which are available with the National Archives, they tell a story of complete unfolding of a new area and a new region in this area. So for those, especially the young students behind, do find time to go through them. They speak for wonderful history of the Chota Nagpur plateau. So about roads and infrastructure, I've already mentioned. The road from GT Road going down to Ranchi came up very quickly. Ranchi was initially known as Kishanpur, so the old map says Kishanpur. So the road from Gaya to Kishanpur was one of the first ones to come up. This was followed up by a road to the Bengal side. They were the first two connections. The rail connection came up much later in early 20th century, or 1906 was the first of the railway lines. But let's come to the military part of it, the journey with the British military. So the first recorded raising of any military establishment to the south of GT Road is actually of the 24th Native Infantry. However, I do not mention it anywhere because the people who were recruited into this battalion were Purvaiyas. They were not classically from the plateau. So the first of the battalions which I could trace out was the Ramgarh Light Infantry Battalion, which had a very high number of troops who were taken. Basically, this was the Raja of Ramgarh's army, which was converted into what was called the Ramgarh Light Infantry Battalion. This was raised by one Captain James Crawford Jr. And it became a regular infantry battalion in 1786. And that is the time when it took on the name of Chota Crawford Ki Paltan. So Chota Crawford Ki Paltan remained in the Chota Nagpur area for a long time, but this had to be moved away in 1795 to Battle Tipu Sultan. So this battalion, which is now a regular battalion with about 8 companies, with various names, it continued to exist in service, but was moved away to South India. So once it moved away, there was a requirement of another battalion, and that is the time we find that the Ramgarh Infantry Battalion was raised same year under one Captain Richard McCann. But Ramgarh Infantry Battalion was basically a provincial battalion for enforcing taxes and administration and so on and so forth. And this infantry battalion continued for a very long time, but it was only in 1812 that it was ratified and located at Hazaribagh. So when I say ratified, basically it became at par with a regular battalion. It was started to be given the same pay, allowances, clothing, etc. as a regular infantry battalion. And in fact, Hazaribagh can, lay claim to being a famous place as a Hazaribagh because of this battalion. As this battalion was initially raised and placed at two villages called Ukun and Hazari. And that is how they had to be marked on the map because it was a military place. So the military map call it Ukun and Hazari, and later it has now become Hazaribagh. So that's how Hazaribagh came to be marked on the map in 1812. It was also the same year when the East India Company carried out a detailed inspection of all the provincial battalions, and along with the one Hill Rangers battalion, this was the only other battalion which was found fit for operations. And in 1817, therefore, they were given cannons and also cavalry, which is in itself a very unique responsibility given to a battalion. So these two components, the artillery and the cavalry, were an integral part of the Ramgarh Infantry Battalion. This battalion went on to see the major battle in the Burmese campaign, Anglo-Burmese campaign, 1855. And because of their rather courageous action during the battle, they were awarded the battle honor title of Pegu in the Burmese war. The battalion also saw action against the Gurkhas in northern Bihar during this period also. So while my other two speakers were to cover 1857, so I had initially not decided to cover this. But I think I'll just give it a quick look over that this battalion, of course, like many other battalions in India, had revolted in 1857. And they gave a pitched battle to the British in a battle called the Battle of Chatra. And this Battle of Chatra, the 77 of them were killed, in which 56 British troops, including 46 were European, 10 were of Sikhs. That is, the Rattare Sikhs were killed in this Battle of Chatra, it's a place just east of Ranchi. And the ferociousness of this battle can be understood that 2 Victoria Crosses were given in this one single battle, lasting about 4 days. And to the two British people, 1 officer and a NCO, sergeant. And the leaders of this, Jaimangal Pandey and Sheikh Nadir Ali Khan was also the cavalry in charge. So both were caught and hung. And so this battalion was finally disbanded in 1860. Reason because that they continued, the remnants of this battle continued, of this battalion continued to battle with the British right till 1859. So it's only in 1860 that we see that the British could finally take a decision to disband this battalion. So while this battalion, as well as Chota Crawford ki Paltan, which had mutinied in MOU, also got disbanded. So both the battalions from the original Chota Nagpur clan were disbanded in post 1857. But this cannonball, I don't know if it is how visible it is on the viewfoil. So for those of you who visited Ranchi and seen the church there, you will find this cannonball which has been fired onto the German Evangelical Lutheran Church, and it still is fixed there as a memory of the Ramgarh Infantry Battalion and its mutiny. There's also this letter, a large number of letters which are written from Chhatra by one major English, so they're available in the archives also. Post this incident, there was one battalion from the Madras Presidency which was here, which was withdrawn in 1878, and that's when Chota Nagpur Mounted Rifles was raised. But this was basically consisting of the Europeans who were posted in Chota Nagpur and around, and the Anglo-Indians. And this emblem is their crest, and the shoulder title is what I've put on the viewfoil here. But between, to the run-up to the war, we also see that, run-up to the First World, we also see that British had a lot of love for Chota Nagpur, which is evident for the way they name their ships. So we have RMS Chaibasa, 1874, the first of the ships coming up. SS Doronda came up 4 years later, 1878. And the more famous of the 3 of the Chota Nagpur ships, that is SS Ranchi, came up in 1925. In the Second World War, this was made for carrying soldiers and was put with, there were 8 cannons which were put on the deck, and that's the time when it became His Majesty's ship. So HMS Ranchi was there, and so somewhere the British remained connected with Chota Nagpur throughout and even after they left. Coming to a bit of World War I quickly, so while Jamshedpur provided something like about 1,300, nearly 1,500 miles of railway lines and iron ingots to the entire war effort. The area also gave nearly 12,700 plus laborers for the, in over 12 months they were recruited for war in the European countries. 2 Santhali corps and 1.5 Ranchi corps was also raised for fighting in France. Another fallout of this First World War was the shell-shocked soldiers who needed treatment. And Lieutenant Colonel A.R. Berkeley, who was in charge of the lunatic asylum, then called the lunatic asylum in Ranchi, so he came up with 2 things. Firstly, the rehabilitation of these soldiers in Ranchi and the renaming of the lunatic asylum as mental hospital. And that the whole concept of mental illness, rather than calling them lunatics, came up. Moving on to World War II quickly, so we have a stage in 1941, end December, the Japanese are knocking at the door of Imphal. The bombing of Calcutta started, this was between 20th and 24th of December, and there were no defenses left per se. Singapore Brigade had fallen, the Burmese army had withdrawn back into India, the Assam division was already en route. And at this point of time, we have, an entire relook at the defense of India when they realized that, the pre-World War II, the British had thought that the main threat to India existed from the northwest frontier province. So that's the time when they had to relook, and a new threat which had now come up from Myanmar had to be looked at, or modern day Myanmar. And these 3 arrows indicate the threats which are enumerated in the Defense of India plan of 1941. Which thought that either they'll come in through northeast India, where the British had very few forces left, either along the coastal regions, what is today modern day Bangladesh, and hit Calcutta, or do an amphibious operation straight across from Mandalay into the Odisha coast at Gopalpur on sea. And considering these 3 pincer movements, they realized that the best place to place their last available resource is at Ranchi. And that's how we find that the 70 British brigade, 70 British infantry division, less 1 brigade, and 50 armored brigade, which was both of them pulled out and were in rest in Persia after the African campaign, were sent, and these two units or formations were placed at Chota Nagpur. Starting off from there, of course, the Japanese balked. For some reason, they didn't push home their attack in 41. And by end 42, we find that Eastern Army, which was at Ranchi, is moved to Kolkata. And 4 corps, led by Little Field Marshal Slim, is moved to Ranchi for training, rehabilitation. And not only that, Ranchi became the base, and I would like to call it the final pivot for the British in Asia. And we find that this place not only housed the British, the 4 corps, it is also the place where the Chindits undertook their training for their, for their long-range patrols in Burma. We also find that the Chinese army, the Kangshak army, was trained here at Ramgarh by the Americans, and the American bombers, long-range bombers, were also placed here at Ranchi for carrying out the bombing attacks in support of the operations in Burma and beyond. So with that, I have already got a call up from my chair to finish fast. So with that I finish, we'll take on any questions in the question answer. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and the large number of children who are here, both from NCC and schools and colleges. I would, at the inception, like to thank the Bihar Regimental Center for having invited me to their auspicious ground for my small presentation, which I've brought here. and also USI, which obviously I've been associated for many years now, for having planned such an interesting event far away from Delhi. And I should congratulate actually the Danapur Center for taking over the initiative. It's a great initiative, and it is important also because Danapur Cantonment is actually one of the most important cantonments in the country. We are now focused on our northern and western borders, but if we see, history doesn't stay stagnant. And if we see the whole history of India in the past 1,000 years, or as we had discussed yesterday, for past 3,000 years, we suddenly find that this area is one of the most important zones in the Indian subcontinent. I will also be covering the uprising of 1857 of Danapur, and through small representative paragraphs from some of the British narratives, I'll also discuss how the soldiers of this area have been have a very strong and deep-seated military tradition, and the way they fought in the uprising and with the way the British, who were their enemies, commented on their operations after they had left Danapur, shows that these men were not just warriors with the military tradition going into their civilizational basis, but also they could be made into excellent soldiers. Now, this is what I had been discussing, and we have had this discussion yesterday, why Magad was always so important. But when it comes to the strategic geography of northern India in the past 1,000 years, where we had a period of invasions from Central Asia, Afghanistan, coming down one after another for generations we have faced those invasions. And we see the strategic geography or layout from Khyber Pass up to eastern India. We come to certain specific zones, which are the military zones. Now, these military zones, where most of these battles tend to get confined, are because of the geography of these regions. The Middle Ganges Doab is the second most important zone after the north of Delhi zone. So if you see the map of India, from the Himalayas to Delhi, there is a stretch of Yamuna of 200 kilometers. To the west of this zone, some of the most strategic and important battles defining the destiny of India have been fought. Some historians call it the Panipatization, but I don't use a single word for it. It is that whole zone which is important for battles, and which has continued to be the important strategic battle zone of India for nearly 800 years, till the British walked in and took Khyber Pass, walking in from Calcutta. Now the next important zone comes in the zone where we are sitting, and that defines why Danapur Cantonment has always been one of the most important cantonments for the British. This was the first major arrowhead they established after walking up the Ganges from Calcutta. And there was two very important reasons. First of all, this is the area, if you sit here, you can control all trade and movement that extends between northern India and eastern India. Whether it is on the Ganges, which was the major trade route on which heavy goods could be sent, and as we have seen in 1857, if you want to move heavy cannons or large amount of troops, the best mode would be the river, because highways did not exist till recently. The second, the main GT road connecting eastern India and northern India also passes along the Ganges, close to the Ganges at this place. So if you have a cantonment here, you are controlling not just all the trade that is coming down from the Ganges and the Yamuna. The Ganges, the Delhi side, northern side, and the Yamuna, Agra side, it all merges here, and that is why this zone always has been important, which our ancestors knew, and that is why Patna was such an important city all through the Magadhan Empire and subsequently. And when the British came in, they decided to establish a Danapur cantonment here. This stretch of Ganges, which is the second strategic neck of India, connects, obviously, as you can see in the second paragraph, connects the northern plains to the eastern part of India, including Assam. And two of the most important forts which existed on this stretch of land were at Chunar and Buxar. So if you can control Chunar and Buxar, you can control all movement from north to the east. All invaders actually would reach this area, fight, control it, and then go eastward. So if you are holding this land, you can protect the whole of the eastern part of India. Within this zone, and I'll just turn to the next, which is the map I have taken from Google Map. This is the zone, out of this zone, which is even more important. And this is a small triangle which exists between as you can see, Danapur is marked where the Ganges is written, Ara, Balia and Sasaram. Point is this? Yes. Acha, that's about it. So you can see the Ganges is here, this is Danapur Cantt, this is Buxar and Sasaram down there. This is a triangle. And this triangle is historically one of the most important zones, not just because what I discussed, you can control all the movement east and north sitting here, but because this also provides some of the best warriors in ancient times and some of the best soldiers for the East India Company as well as subsequently for India today. This zone, this triangular zone, is the land where we have the Pawar Rajputs, Ujjainiya Rajputs. And they went into confrontation when the sultans walked in. They continued subsequently with their very strong infantry military tradition to participate in the armies of the Mughals as well as all the Rajput dynasties that were existing from Central India up to Rajputana. And these troops were called Purabia troops. They were primary infantry, and their importance I'll mention in one lok rendition that is, which was part of my work earlier, which was sung around Delhi. And in that folk rendition, they used to sing the various Kshatriya communities that were there in the army, and primarily those the Mughal forces, because they had the Sayyads, the Pathans and the Mughals, then they had the Rajputs, and they had the Jats. But while all the communities mentioned were those which live around Delhi, which you understand, they have a special mention for the Purabia soldier. And the Purabia jo daant se luha chabaye. So in every rendition of Ala, when the soldiers are counted, the Purabia soldier is counted. So this Purabia soldier, though he had a wider zone extending from all the way from Patna into eastern Uttar Pradesh, basically the Bhojpur region, but out of this wider zone, this triangular zone, which extends just west of Danapur up to Buxar, this is the zone which provided some of the cream of these soldiers. And when we come to the Sultanate period and we see the power of Shesha Suri, Shesha Suri actually derived all his power from this area. That's why he lived here, he was buried at Sasaram, and one of his most important contingents must be the troops which he must have recruited here in this area, fighting all the way up to Agra along the Yamuna and subsequently taking Delhi. So Sultanate period, Mughal period, and when the British walk in, these are the men, these are the warriors, traditional warriors, living just west of Danapur, were the first, some of the first to be recruited into the Bengal armies when they were raised in Bengal and Bihar. And they constituted some of the main regiments were nearly completely made up of these Buxaria troops of Purabia or Buxaria. Both of the words were interchangeable and used. So as I discussed, this is a triangular piece of land, and this actually specifies this zone, this area again, because what I have said is actually what has been experienced through nearly all these years of history. Now we come to Danapur Cantonment. Danapur Cantonment I will describe because sir will be discussing of the origins of the cantonments. So I will not go into the dates and how Danapur originated, but I am jumping to 1857. And I am taking all the narrative, all the what Forrest has written while compiling the 1857 uprising, because out of all the references that are available of 1857 of this area, Forrest is one of the best because his account is literally like a war diary. Day-to-day events and what all is happening. So he is more precise. Other people have probably written out of his accounts. So I am quoting Forrest. And Forrest writes how Danapur stood in 1857. It was situated on a narrow strip of land bounded on the north by the Ganges and on the south by a deep nala, and the country around was swampy rice fields, in fact a perfect sea in the rains. At the eastern, now he describes that at the eastern extreme where the Danapur cantonment touched Patna city were the lines of the European soldiers. Subsequently, when we go west, they were the parade grounds and the residential quarters of the officers, and to the extreme west of Danapur cantonment were the lines, sepoy lines of the Indian native regimental sepoys. So, and to the extreme east where Danapur touches Son River, close to Son River, was the magazine. So this is how the Danapur cantonment layout was there, and probably the western location of the Danapur sepoys in the cantonment was instrumental in their being able to immediately escape beyond Danapur as soon as the uprising started and join Babu Kunwar Singh. As I discussed, Danapur lay on the main Gangetic as well as the land route. And Forrest also specially mentions this point. He says, if there was an outbreak at Patna or a mutiny at Danapur, both routes would be blocked. So it is not just the movement of soldiers that would be restricted, but the lines of communication, the telegraph lines and all other lines between Calcutta and northern India could be severed if Danapur was taken by the sepoys. And that was a bigger fear for them, because they understood they could walk up, come above the boats, fight the soldiers. But if the communication lines are broken, then the whole what is happening in Awadh or Delhi and would be not, all that information will not be available to Calcutta because of the long distance. So Danapur was also involved in maintaining the communication between the east and north of India. As I discussed, the land lying between Buxar and Danapur, the district of Shahabad, which has been divided into 4 districts now, one of the largest recruitment base for infantry separates of the Bengal regiments. And this is what Forrest is writing. So the tradition of military warfare that existed between the area from Danapur, Buxar, where the Son and the Ganges meet, the triangle, was used by the British to recruit some of the best troops. And these troops were involved in fighting not just in the Indian subcontinent, but all through in Punjab, with the Nepalese, and subsequently in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and beyond. So they were very good soldiers who could be trusted. In May 1857, when the events were happening all around the country, and 10th May uprising started, Meerut, Delhi was taken on 11th, Danapur had 3 Indian regiments, 7th, 8th and 40th, as well as a company of European artillery and native artillery. This European artillery was very effective when it came to subsequent battles with the sepoys after they had left Danapur. There was one European regiment stationed at Danapur, and interestingly, this was the only European regiment stationed between Kanpur and Calcutta. All the stations, rest of them have Indian regiments, pure Indian regiments. There was another second European regiment which was stationed at Agra. So from Agra to Calcutta, there were only 2 European regiments. All pure European regiments were operating that time in Punjab. And we have understood that recently the Anglo-Sikh wars had taken place. So they had still not withdrawn out beyond into the Gangetic plains, because this was the area they thought is safest for them. And this was all held by native troops. There's a sequence of events which take place in Danapur leading to the uprising taking place here. And this is very similar to some extent in what the fear of the sepoys was played on in Barakpur. When Mangal Pandey stands up in Barakpur cantonment, he says, "Ki Angre, tum aao Angrez sipahi aa rahe hain, hum tumhara asla lene." The fear of the soldier, the ultimate fear of the soldier was that his weapons would be taken away, his munition could be taken away. This was exactly the line which started the uprising in Meerut when in the bazaar the rumor came that Angrez regiment aa rahi hai tumhara asla kabze mein karna hai, and the uprising starts in Meerut. The same thing happened actually in Danapur, and this was advertently or inadvertently the doing of General Lloyd, who was commanding the station at that time. Even after the uprising had spread in Delhi, it was going into Awadh and other places. On 3rd of June, the native regiments of Danapur stood firm with their commanders, and they took an allegiance of oath. The JCOs actually signed a document and submitted to the general saying that we will not participate in the uprising, we will be staying loyal to you. 7 June, there's a news which came to Banaras, disarming of soldiers at Banaras, and subsequently events starting at Banaras. And Banaras is close to Danapur, so there was a lot of consternation and fear among the soldiers as well as the European population, because the commissioner immediately ordered all the European families to come and start living within his bungalow. On 8th June, a wing of Captain Ratre's battalion of the 6th reached Danapur. These small contingents were sent from Calcutta, whatever they could manage, extra troops which are not being used anywhere else. The British tried to send them to Danapur so that somehow, whatever happens, they are able to hold Danapur and it does not land in the hands of the revolutionary sepoys. Subsequently, 150 men of Madras feudalers landed at Danapur. But during this period, what was happening in the rest of India, its impact was also being felt in Danapur. And as we have seen in northern India, the messengers who would carry this information would be sadhus and Maulvis who will be traveling around. And some people in Patna also started whispering regarding the uprising. And there was this one Najib of a Bihar local regiment, a regular one of the must be a regular regiment, who went to the Sikhs and started telling them that they have to participate in the uprising. He was caught and hanged. 3rd July, there was a riot in Patna, primarily a religious riot, but it was quelled with the help of the Sikhs. On 24th of July, 2 companies of 37th Queens also reached Danapur. 24th July, the Queens reached, and this is the point when the general thought that my time has come, and I can use this opportunity to disarm my native sepoys before they also start doing what has happened in Kanpur or Lucknow or Delhi or Banaras, which is next door. So he ordered his English sepoys, the European regiment, to go and take away the percussion caps that had been lying in the magazine for issue to the sepoys. For those who do not know the use of the percussion cap, actually from the flintlock, initially matchlock, subsequently flintlock, the percussion cap, flintlock was a small flint stone, and percussion caps were started commonly used in 1820, and they used to be like a nipple, small nipple, put on the firing pin and in these muzzle loaders, and when the trigger would be pressed, the trigger would this cap would hit the place from where the spark would enter the muzzle and the gun would be fired. Now these percussion caps at present are behind every cartridge of any caliber that we have today. So initially all the three things were separate, gunpowder was separate, bullet was separate, percussion cap was separate. So when in 1867 the breech loaders came, in these guns all three were combined to create the modern cartridge. Now these Europeans went and were able to remove all the percussion caps from the magazine. Now all the guns were useless for the sepoys. And when the sepoys saw them coming back in their carts, bringing them a percussion magazine, they shouted, and this Forrest is quoted, "They are taking away our ammunition, stop it, kill the Sahabs." But nothing happened. The officers went, they were able to control them. The general then decided that we should completely disarm the sepoys. So there were 15 percussion caps per sepoy issued, which were on their person. So subsequently he told a local, the native officers were basically non-commissioned officers, he told them to go and ask all the sepoys to give back their percussion caps, which 15 each one has. The 40th Native Infantry, some of them gave, but the other 2 regiments refused immediately, and that is when the uprising started. The officers, the sepoys refused and even fired at their officers who had come. This is an example of this is what a percussion cap looked like, and which is a few of the percussion I have in my collection. Thank you. Hearing these shots being fired on the officers, in the hospital which was there, the guard who was present fired the signal guns, hearing the gunshots. The fear was so much, and everyone expected any moment the uprising will be starting here, because it happened all over the country. The European patients took care of their weapons, went on the roof of the hospital and started firing at the sepoys from the roof of the hospital. It is not the officers who fired or the rest of the European regiments. They did not join up. In the fear and the panic, the European patients went up the hospital and fired at the sepoys, killing some of the sepoys. Now the sepoys also knew nothing can be done. Both sides had started firing each other. The sepoys took away whatever percussion they had, their weapons, whatever ammunition they could hold, and started moving out of the cantonment towards Ara, because first of all, most of them belonged to that area. Secondly, they knew that we have Babu Kuwar Singh to lead the uprising. The European soldiers and artillery of the station reached the parade ground where the sepoys were running. They fired, but the distance was already too much between the sepoys, and the sepoys had spread out. They said they were running like deers in all directions, so they could not be trapped in one place, and nearly all the sepoys were able to go on the road towards Ara, cross the Son River. They took the boats on the Seine River, tied on the other side, so that the British regiments could not follow them, and started marching towards Ara. The general initially thought that a lot of these soldiers must be going along the Ganges. There's another road from Danapur which goes along the Ganges. So he went on a steamer and walked on the Ganges towards Buxar. On the way he found a lot of boats in which the sepoys had taken. Some had walked, some had taken boats while going to Buxar. He rammed these boats with his steamer, and they were all the boats were broken, and some of the sepoys drowned there. But this is all that happened. For 2 days there was no movement from the British. They tried the next day and subsequently the next day to somehow follow up with these soldiers. But this was actually not very feasible. On the third day, this is what Forrest writes, the roads that they took, which I have already discussed with you. The sepoys of Danapur entered Ara at 8 a.m. on 27 July, broke open the jail and took control of Ara. The small number of British soldiers who were present, not soldiers actually, there was around 56, and a few officers, civil officers who were there. They took residence in a fortified building at Ara, which is the famous siege of Ara. Forrest states that mutineers have been reinforced by a number of armed adherents of Kuwar Singh, a great landlord of Rajput descent in the district of Shahabad. On 29 July, a British force marched on Ara, but this force was completely decimated by the soldiers. I'll end here with a description of the force which was under Babu Kuwar Singh at Ara. And subsequently, these soldiers went on fighting with Babu Kuwar Singh for more than a year. And the last of the battles were fought on 26th of December. The Forrest quotes the army under Babu Kuwar Singh, the 3 Danapur regiments drawn up in order with bugles sounding the advance, about 200 men with long matchlocks belonging to and headed by Babu Kuwar Singh, and more than 1,000 of disbanded sepoys who had managed to join him. And these were the sepoys who had come from other parts of India. I'll end with some of the newspapers and articles of the Danapur, subsequent to the Danapur uprising, which were published. This is Illustrated London Noon, 12 December, which shows the house of Ara, where the famous siege of Ara took place. This is news of the uprising in Illustrated London News, 26 September 1857. This is G.W. Forrest, the enemy, talking of Babu Kuwar Singh. He said, Kuwar Singh, though not trained in the profession of arms, was a brave, born strategist and could not be easily caught. He had no military training and he was advanced in age when he assumed command in the field, but he soon proved his appetite for guerrilla warfare. His strong will, dash and courage won the allegiance of the devotion of his followers. Now this is the enemy talking of Babu Kuwar Singh. This is the only known lithograph proven of Babu Kuwar Singh, published in the Illustrated News on 31st October 1857. This news again of the Danapur uprising. And this is the character of the soldiers, which actually comes out during the subsequent battles of the uprising. And in the end, before leaving, I'd like to just quote from one of what Millicent states. The passage of arms, but the screen left bouncing made no resolute defense. What the soldiers were doing were, they used to form up. As soon as they, and this was when Babu Kunwar Singh was coming back from Azamgarh towards Jagdishpur again. And this is the last of the telegram of Babu Kunwar Singh's injury. This is the telegram, this is the telegram of Babu Kunwar Singh's death. And thank you so much. Actually, this is, if I discuss the battles, which I have not, with lasting for 1 year, it can go on for an hour at least. And when the movement of the sepoys and how they showed their character, when it came to fighting the British, their own old masters, and how they retained their soldierly characteristics. It is a lesson for everyone, and I think especially the sepoys who are forming the battalions today of the Bihar Regiment, that they have a strong, very strong military history and a very strong history of soldiering. Thank you so much.
Hello. First of all, I would like to thank the officers of the Bihar Regiment, Colonel Soikot Bose and USI for inviting me. I couldn't come yesterday because I was caught up in some extremely very important personal work. So I actually had sent some visuals, but I forgot to remind, because I was so rushed that I forgot to remind Brigadier Colonel Tejinder Saab that I had sent some visuals, but it's okay. So I might be a bit boring, but I will not be irrelevant, I can assure you. And my topic is the East India Company and okay, so this is military efficiency. Even if the civilian forgets, the military man doesn't forget. So thank you. I have slightly, I might shake a bit, that's because I have a bit of Parkinson. It's not that I'm scared of speaking here. So don't get distracted by my shaking. I will not bore you, I assure you. इसको एक दे दीजिए. Okay, so I will be speaking on the East India Company and East India Company, Purbaya recruitment by the East India Company. So I will be speaking on all three armies, the Madras Army, the Bengal Army, which is the Bengal Presidency, comprising of Bengal, Bihar and Orissa as we know today, and Eastern UP. And this is the watercolor of a sepoy and his wife. And this is the sepoy is wearing a langoti and he is wearing a red coat, okay? And he's possibly off duty because he's wearing slippers. This is two sepoy officers, most probably of the Bengal Army, and the blue one, the one in the blue coat is of the artillery. And this is again a sepoy officer and I think somebody from the Golandas. Anyway, firstly, I have to define what the Purbaya was. Purbaya was mainly recruited from today's Bihar, Shahpur, Shahbad, Buxar, Ara, and Eastern UP. He was mostly high caste, Brahmin, Rajput, Bhumiyar, and he was from a middle caste origin. That is, peasant-wise, he was a middle peasant. And he was mostly taken in the Bengal Army, which was at one point of time composed of 80% of Bengal Purbaya troops. Later on it got decreased to about 60% at the time of the mutiny. There were also Purbaya troops in the Madras Army initially. Initially the Madras Army took a lot of high caste troops from their own regiments and the Purbayas, but later on they discontinued. And as you all know, the first mutiny happened in the company armies in 1806 in Vellore, but I did not find the presence of Purbayas there, though there were some high caste local South Indians. Now let's come to the Bengal Army, which took the bulk of the Purbaya troops. As I mentioned, and as Professor Amit Pathak mentioned, and partly Brigadier Pradipta Goswami, they were high caste, mainly Brahmin, Bhumiyas and Rajputs, and some Ahirs, or as we call Yadavs. And they were high caste, and the army, for whatever reason, pandered to their high caste sentiments, as in they had a high caste diet. As you all know, Hindus in those times had something called Kalapani, as in many Hindus refused to travel overseas by sea. So the Bengal Sepoy or the Purbaya Sepoy could refuse to travel overseas by sea. They even at times refused to tread dark trenches because they thought it was contrary to their high caste calling. So what I have argued is that, and those days there till 1850s there had no barracks, so they used to live in huts and they used to cook their own food. And when they went, at times if they were cajoled into going overseas after being promised high bhattas and all, they insisted that the food which was served to them would be cooked in front of them. And if any British soldier or British officer went wearing a belt, it had to be thrown away because it was polluted, leather being polluted, a pollutant to the Hindus those days. And the water had to be Ganga Jal. So what I have argued is that because of this unique culture, because as I know, as we all know, and I'm a civilian speaking to the military there is no question of if and buts, orders are orders. But in the Bengal army, there existed a culture of conditional obedience. There were things linked to his honor and justice. If the Bengal Sepoy believed that his religious honor was being hurt, he didn't find it liable to comply with orders. He could mutiny. Or if he found that his sense of justice was being violated, as in he had a sense of justice and he believed that there were some things which he deserved. Let's say when he was in Barakpur in 1824, when he was going to the Burmese front to fight, he suddenly found, the Bengal Sepoy found that there were no bullocks and no carts. So he thought that this was extremely unjust. The company was bound to provide him, and he mutinied. Though I must mention that when he mutinied, he did not kill a single British officer or a British sepoy. It was confined mostly to disorder during parades, but the British surrounded and massacred them. So what I have argued is that he had a notion of conditional obedience and conditional obedience based on his honor and justice. But yet, so there were these occasional flare-ups, 1811 in Java, 1824 in Barakpur, and 1857, when out of the 74 regiments, 61 regiments mutinied, only 13 regiments were left who did not mutiny. But yet, firstly, the British continued with these sepoys, firstly because they were extremely brave and fantastic fighters, for one reason. And another reason is what, and there I disagree with many of the historians who try to portray a long-term history of the mutiny. In between these mutinies, let's say 1811, 1824, if you see the Bengal Sepoy's record from general orders and court-martial records, he is extremely obedient. Day-to-day records of indiscipline are very few, as in desertion, disobedience of orders, and he is going and fighting a lot of battles. And yet in 1857, he almost, the entire army revolts. So, but what I argue is that in 1856, it was more, it was not a long-term thing, because that doesn't explain the long periods where he served faithfully. It was something to do with the annexation of Awadh, which took place in 1856, and the extreme conditions which were generated. And then if I go to the Bombay Army were also a lot of Purbayas. As in about 35% of the troops were Purbayas, and about 35 to 40% were the Marathas, and the Konkanis and the others filling up the rest. Now in the Bombay Army, right from the beginning, it was made clear that the Purbaya would not get any special privilege. As in, he could not say that this interfered with my religious sentiments, so I would not serve with a so-called lower caste sepoy, or I would not go overseas, or I would not sleep in the same tent as a low caste sepoy. So what was being demanded was the usual military tradition. in the usual media is the unconditional obedience, that okay, we respect your religious prejudices or religious sentiments, but we would not tolerate an instance where you say that your religious calling comes first and military duty comes second. And Bombay Army, that way for us colonial historians, is a boring army because it did not revolt. I mean, it's a colonial regime, so if, let's say, Dr. Amit Pathak talked of sepoys being, I don't know, maybe I'm going into dangerous territory, but in a colonial setting, regiment revolting against the British is not sacrilege. It's not sacrilege. It's not sacrilege. It's not something which we have to be ashamed about or we have to rationalize. And if you are talking about, the colors, sepoy colors, yes, the sepoy was very, very fond of his regimental colors, but it was a very, very complex thing. As in, even in 1857, when the Bengal sepoy was rebelling, at times he was wearing his uniform and still fighting, like the Battle of Chinat, where it was being described by a British officer. He said it was very difficult to discuss which was a sepoy and which was a rebellious sepoy and which was a loyal sepoy, because both were wearing the same colors. So it's a complex thing. Anyway, coming back to the Bombay Army, the Bombay Army also managed to enforce this culture of loyalty, complete obedience. But in 1857, there were regiments, rebellions in five regiments of the Bombay Army, and it was composed of both Maratha soldiers and Purbaya soldiers. Now, coming back to the Bengal Army in 1857, you know that firstly, while they disintegrated completely, it was not like Rudrangshu Mukherjee says that the Bengal sepoy was but a peasant in uniform. He was always an imperfect soldier, and since he was a peasant basically, and since he did not had strong contacts with his native society because his family did not live with him and he went back to his village for 2-3 months. So in 1857, his professional grievances merged with that of the peasantry in Awadh, and a dangerous conflagration, which is the revolt of 1857, was born. It is not as simple as that. While he had strong links with the peasantry, he also was a middle peasant who tried to go upwardly mobile, and he sometimes used his East India Company identity to go and try and fight his way upward and achieve upward mobility in his parent society. Anyway, coming back to 1857, the point is that while Kaushik Roy has pointed out who is sitting here has pointed out strategic deficiency in everything, the sepoy, the Purbaya sepoy fought magnificently. I mean, let's not be, as we all know, this area has a long martial tradition. And what the British were trying to do is that basically monopolize the military resources to their advantage, or monopolize them so that nobody else could get access to this military offensive. I won't go into the details of the identification because Professor Amit Pathak has so nicely done it. But all I would say is that they might have strategic deficiencies, but first of all, they were fantastic soldiers. They fought magnificently. And the irony was that while they revolted against the company armies, their USP lay in the fact that they were the most professionally trained soldiers in the rebel armies, because the best army in the world, the British army, had trained them in the first place. And they might have had strategic deficiencies, but they were fantastic artillerymen. And also, as is generally depicted, they had a definite sense of what they would do if they won. As in, they had their own sense of democracy. As if you see the Red Fort records, like today, they used to hold the cabinet meetings every day, where there was 10 people, 6 from the army and 4 from the civilians. And after taking the decisions, they used to send it to Bahadur Shah Jafar, okay, who was like the president, more like a president, as the president behaves today. As in, Bahadur Shah Jafar could return the files twice, but third time he had to sign it. And they call these proceedings court. And also, so they had while Mangal Pandey, we need not go into Mangal Pandey and how Mangal Pandey, there was this meeting of all Azimullah and Nana Sahib and everybody, and Mangal Pandey is talking about constitutional democracy. There's certainly a notion of constitutional democracy. And who knows if the rebellion had won, and if the if the rebellion had to be won, it would have been won by the Purbaya soldier. Let's not be mistaken about it. And why are we so apologetic about it? I am proud that they rebelled in 1857. I don't care what people think here, but I am proud that they rebelled in 1857. And that is the reason why I admired them. And they are fantastic fighters. And let's say in this, they fought for us. I am not going to debate into whether we could call it nationalistic, first war of independence. These are hackneyed debates. But I am briefly saying they fought for us, the people of the subcontinent. And they were not devoid of a blueprint or a vision for the future. They had their own visions of the future. Interestingly, while they attacked everything British, they spared English medium schools. Because they believed that maybe why should the Babus only send their sons to the English medium schools? We will also send. So in the end, we should celebrate the Purbaya soldier because he was a brave soldier. Everybody has their plus points and drawbacks. And some of the drawbacks I don't consider as drawbacks. In the end, we are sitting here in the annals of the Bihar Regiment. And let's salute the Purbaya soldier. They're fantastically brave people who knew what they had to suffer if they lost, but they still rebelled, and that makes them very, very attractive for me. Thank you. Actually, I have a nerve problem and I've just come down from the train, so I'm shaking more than usual, but I hope, don't get distracted by my shaking. I hope I could make some sense, so it's okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dasgupta, for finishing before time. Now, what I will do is that I will sum up the three papers very quickly, and then we'll open up the audience for questions. Now, before I start summing up the three papers, one general observation which I would like to make is that history, and also especially military history, should be studied in a detached manner, in an unemotional manner, in a critical way, with an analytical framework. I have seen in the books written on military history by military officers from all over the world, they speak of valor and sacrifice, while I have seen civilians writing on military history from all over the world are very critical of the military organization's discipline, command system, food tactics, strategy, logistics, and highlight the disobedience of the rank and file, but not the officers, within the military organization against the state. So I think this attitude on both sides is a bit dangerous and also sad. Let us write and read history as it is, rather than taking sides. Okay. Now, about Brigadier Pradipta Goswami's paper. Now, one of the characteristics of the Chotta Nagpur area, that it's a marginal area in terms of military recruitment in the state organized army, be it a Mughal army, be it the Sepoy army of the British Indian period. There were some local battalions, but not regular battalions per se. This is because all settled empires, they like to recruit peasants, small peasants from settled societies, not really tribals or moving population. And tribals, I think, conducted insurgencies in this region also in the pre-colonial times and colonial times. About Dr. Amit Pathak's paper, my impression is that, sir, you, like Dilip Kumar Chakraborty in one of his books from Oxford University Press, has written about the same thing about the ancient period, that Middle Gangetic Valley is very important. Now, I may be allowed to say that is a North India-centric point of view. If you are coming from Afghanistan or if you are moving out from Calcutta Lower Gangetic Valley. But for a South Indian power or a Deccani power, be it the Cholas, be it the Rashtrakutas, or be it the Marathas, for them, Middle Gangetic Valley was not that important. Strategically, what they would try to do, they would cut the Upper Gangetic Valley, Western UP, that side, and lower end of the valley. That is the Southern Bengal, that side. Now I come to the last presentation, Dasgupta's presentation. I think the Bengal army was more like the citizen army of Australia during World War II, where the soldiers called the officers by their first name, didn't salute, that sort of thing. So there should be different modicum of discipline for different sorts of recruits in different military organizations. That point may be pushed. And one point which we forget about the Bengal army is that the sepoys were all high caste, cavalry was also coming from higher class of Muslims, but the Golandas were mostly of low castes. Now, I think that we can have questions from the audience, and if we have time, then you can also. Please, questions?
Hello. I am Lieutenant Colonel Vishwapata. I am from the Bihar Regiment. My question is to Brigadier Goswami. This is, as we see from the history, the religious sentiments and the cultural sensitivities have been the core issues behind the various mutinies which has happened in the army, erstwhile army also, especially in India. And as we see today, sir, even in the current scenario, the Indian Army, it is one of the most secular and respected organization and which unites the nation in a way. The war cries of the regiment still remains close to the heart of the soldiers and their cultural sensitivities. So, and in fact, in the larger perspective, the religious sentiments are now being exploited by the political parties at the state level to rule our citizens and our people. So my question is that in the today's world where the media has grown and the flow of information, the educational standards have become on a universal standards, do you think that religious sensitivity will remain to be close to the heart of Indian citizen? And whether it will keep impeding the public policy making for the larger good of this nation? And how do you think the Indian Army as an organization can play a better role in nation building?
What was the last part?
Sir, how do you think the Army in its role as an organization which is universal to all the citizens from the various parts of the country, we are respected a lot, how can we play a better role or larger role in the unification and larger nation building roles?
Okay, thank you. So classically, Colonel Vishwanath, right?
Sir, Vishwapratap.
Vishwapratap. So Colonel Vishwapratap, while it's a good question, but typically not related to the subjects we've spoken about. So I'll just correlate one portion to 1857. So at that point of time, you will find that although there were certain differences between the two major communities, the Muslims and the Hindus, but they have fought shoulder to shoulder at all these spaces. So if you look at the Battle of Chhatra, I brought out the story of two people, the two Subedars who were hung. One was a Hindu, one was a Muslim. So, and it is only post 1857 we find that the British really try to put a wedge in. And also they bring in the Sikhs. And this whole thing of Ratta Race Sikhs has come in only post 57. and the entire Sikh battalions getting introduced in the Indian Army, and this whole focus on more on religiosity coming in. Coming to modern times, I think all our units are probably the single largest source of secularism. Most of our units have got Sarvadharm Sthals where we are praying together. And I know that for many people who are outside the uniform, they are not aware of such an establishment which exists in our armed forces. But you and I know it well, that it does, and it is something which really binds all of us together. But I leave it there as of now because classically it's outside the scope of this talk. Thank you for the question.
Jain sir, first of all, Happy Bihar Divas to all officers and cadets. Sir, my question, when and which tribe in Chota Nagpur in strip name, when did the job? Sir, who appointed East India Company as 1857. So, yes sir. Sir, who appointed East India Company as Revolt 1857? Yes sir. So.
Could you ask a question? हिंदी में पूछ लीजिए आप.
Yes, sir.
हाँ.
सर, बंगाल का दीवान ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी को किसने नेतृत्व के लिए सौंपा था?
आपका सवाल यह है छोटा नागपुर को बंगाल में ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी को किसने सौंपा था?
यस सर.
ओके. तो वो जब मैं प्रेजेंटेशन ले रहा था मैंने तभी बताया था कि जो स्टार्ट पॉइंट है ये पूरा ब्रिटिश का, वो दीवानी और बंगाल जो है जो मुगलों के पास था वो दीवानी उन्होंने अंग्रेजों को दिया था, पर जो छोटा नागपुर का इलाका था ये दीवानी में नहीं था. और यहाँ के एक पालाव माओ बोल के जो जगह है वहाँ पर एक इंटरनल जो फैमिली डिस्प्यूट की वजह से वो लोग ब्रिटिश के पास गए, जो कि पटना काउंसिल यहाँ पर नया खड़ा हुआ था. और उस टाइम पर पहली बार वो लोग 1771 में वो लोग पालामाऊ में गए, और एक बार पालामाऊ में गए फिर वहाँ से रामगढ़ और उसके बाद जो रांची जिसको आज कहते हैं, पहले किशनपुर बोलते थे या चुटिया नागपुर बोलते थे, उस इलाके में गए. मेरे अपने रिसर्च में और मेरे को जितना दूर समझ है, ये पूरा जो फैमिली था पलाव में जो चीरो फैमिली जो डायनेस्टी था, उसके अंदरूनी झगड़े की वजह से अंग्रेज जो है वो छोटा नागपुर के इलाके में आए. आई होप आई हैव आंसर्ड योर क्वेश्चन.
Sir, one question. Sir, what is the military heritage and United Service Institution of India?
What is the military?
Military heritage and United Service Institution of India.
Okay, military heritage and United Service Institution of India.
Yes, sir.
So, हमारे पास डीजी खुद बैठे हुए हैं सर. Would you like to take on the answer to that? Sir, it's ideally answered by you. The questions are.
देखें, ये यूनाइटेड सर्विस इंस्टीट्यूशन ऑफ इंडिया ये 1870 में ब्रिटिश ने बनाया था ताकि वो इस इंस्टीट्यूशन में रिसर्च करें कि जो ब्रिटिश इंडिया का जो एम्पायर है उसको कैसे एक्सपैंड किया जाए. तो यहीं से ये तब शिमला में था और यहाँ पे वो पूरी प्लानिंग करते थे, और यहाँ की जो एक्सपीडिशंस है वो वहाँ से अफ़गानिस्तान में जो 3 लड़ाइयाँ लड़ी, फिर सेंट्रल एशिया में जो ग्रेट गेम हुआ उनका, और रशिया के साथ वो भी पूरी प्लानिंग यहीं से हुई. फिर इसके अलावा जो ब्रिटिश थे उनका इंटरेस्ट टिबेट में था, तो एक उनके कैप्टन यंग हस्बैंड होते थे, तो उन्होंने एक एक्सपीडिशन ली जो कालिम्पोंग एक जगह से वहाँ से होते हुए फिर वो चुम्बी वैली वगैरह जो अभी तिब्बत का हिस्सा पहले हमारे पास था वहाँ से होते हुए वो फिर तिब्बत चले गए, फिर इसी तरीके से असम और म्यांमार जो बर्मा का इलाका वो उन्होंने इंडियन सब कॉन्टिनेंट में मिलाया। सो तब से ये ट्रेडिशन चली हुई है। और फिर जब ब्रिटिश यहाँ से चले गए तो ये यूएसआई जो है इंडिया का सबसे लीडिंग उस वक्त थिंक टैंक था, पॉलिसी थिंक टैंक, जिसमें ना ही कि आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के जो ऑफिसर्स हैं वो बल्कि सिविल सर्वेंट्स भी हैं और बाकी प्रोफेसर्स वगैरह भी इसमें हैं। तो इसी का एक हिस्सा है सेंटर फॉर मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री एंड कॉन्फ्लिक्ट स्टडी, जो इंडिया का जो मिलिट्री हेरिटेज है उसके ऊपर रिसर्च करता है। और ये जो इवेंट हम कर रहे हैं ये उसी का एक हिस्सा है कि वो उस प्रोजेक्ट के द्वारा हम डिफरेंट पार्ट्स ऑफ इंडिया जाएं और लोगों के साथ मिलके उस हिस्ट्री जो उस इलाके की, उसका जो मिलिट्री हेरिटेज या दूसरा इम्पोर्टेंस है उसको रिविज़िट करें और मिल के लोगों के साथ दोबारा उसके ऊपर रिसर्च करें और उसकी जो अवेयरनेस है वो पब्लिक के अंदर जनरेट करें। थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, sir. Myself A.K. Chaudhary from Army Police School, Danapur, Cantt. My question is from Dr. Sabyasachi Dasgupta, sir. Sir, as you have mentioned about the Purvaya Army, the people of Bihar, Bengal, Odisha or eastern Uttar Pradesh, they mainly constituted the Purvaya Army. Now, Purvaya Army also participated in 1857 revolt, as you have sir mentioned. Now, did they lost their importance in the eye of Britishers after once they participated in against the Britishers, and after the 1857 revolt, did the Britishers brought any change in the recruitment process of Purvaya Army? Thank you, sir.
A very good question. Firstly, there were no Bengalis in the Bengal army. The Purvayas, because Bengalis were considered cowardly, rightly or wrongly. But Purvayas are basically what you would say Biharis and people from eastern UP. And one thing I must first say that which Kaushik also pointed out, I wanted to say, कि for a colonial army, notions of discipline were different. As even the British commanders commented that you cannot apply the same notions of discipline you do for a European soldier or for a European officer to a colonial army. The context is different. And the Purvaya, I must reiterate again, that in spite of his occasional rebellions, he was a brave fighter, and in his day-to-day discipline, he was very good. He had a very good record. So it is not a long-term thing that he rebelled in 1857. It was possibly a one-year thing, the events leading up from the annexation of Awadh to the grease cartridges. Now the point is that, yes, after 1857, the Purvaya for a long time was not taken in large ranks in the Bengal army. Some regiments were retained, but many regiments were disbanded. And especially regiments which had a single community, like the Purvayas and all, for at least for 20 years, such regiments which had a preponderance of people from one community were discouraged. So the Purvaya's recruitment did suffer post 1857, and he was not considered marshal anymore by the British, because one of the conditions of being marshal, apart from being brave and everything, was that you had to be loyal. But I must add here, as Kaushik Rai has pointed out in his theory of selective enlistment, that the martial race theory, which you all are aware of, it's first, you could say, it could be first seen in the recruitment of the Bengal army, where certain communities like the Purvayas were taken because they were considered martial, as in they were supposed to be brave, loyal, good-looking, and taught to fight taught to fight right from their childhood. And the Purvayas also had attraction for the British, because they were like the rich peasants of the rich peasant communities from which the British recruited back in their native country. So most of the Purvayas were high caste and came from actually not a rich peasant background, from a middle peasant background. So yes, to answer your question specifically, post 1857, the recruitment of the Biharis and the people from eastern UP did suffer for some time. That's very true. You're completely right. Thank you for your question. It helped me to clarify certain points which I missed while I was giving my talk. Thank you. Very good question. Thank you, sir, again.
Thank you so much, sir. I have one more question from Brigadier Pradipto Goswami, sir. That, sir, you have mentioned about the Chota Nagpur region. Why this region is known as Chota Nagpur? Thank you, sir.
Okay, so that's a very interesting question. So thank you so much, sir. So Chota Nagpur, actually, there are two different stories. The story which I go by is that one of the biggest kings around here that time, and who was, I would say, more malleable to the British, was the Raja of Chota Nagpur, Dripnath Shahi. So he is actually called Chutia Nagpur. So that was the name of the place. Abhi, you know, you have the place Chutia in Ranchi. And so that's where his palace, the kingdom, was actually located. And there is other story which says that, you know, they are from the Nagbanshi Raja, so Nagpur. And initially the British have called this place Nagpur. And to differentiate between the Maharashtrian Nagpur, they have called this Chota Nagpur. But I think I still would like to go with the first line of the place being Chutia Nagpur and then Chota Nagpur from there.
First of all, I would like to thank Colonel Tejinder Singh, who has invited me to participate in the seminar. I am Professor Abhay Kumar, a student of history. Kaushik, you are right in pointing out that civilians' rights in a different perspective. So it's not question, rather my observations regarding military history. Since the topic is military heritage and culture, the social impact, the military recruitment policy and warfare, everything brought about in the society, I think military historians should take care of. For example, the socio-linguistics impact, how the region, the Purabia region has impacted. And I would like to point out one important character, that is Lohasi, written by Rameswar Sikasyap, a particular kind of language that was brought into the Purabia society that needs to be explored. And then the Bihar, especially regarding Bihar, there were some private militia. For example, the planters, they formed Muzaffarpur Light Infantry. And while I was working on Patna High Court history, I found that they were asked to parade during the opening ceremony of the, so there was a connection between this private military militia of white Europeans and the British government in Bihar, or British rule in Bihar. So these needs to be understood regarding this military history. And then this particular language regarding, for example, during the medieval period, the Urdu language, the Hindustani language originated with the in the army, and it was called during that period Jubane-Laskar. So, I pointed out the example of Lohasi. This how this language interaction from different regions, different society impact the language of the region, in the language in the army, because I'm not interacted in the military personnel, but in society the military man definitely impact the socio-linguistic culture of the region. Thank you. One last point. Sir, Professor Amit sir, you talked about the Shahabad region, and my friend Manish Kumar Singh has worked on this region regarding the Ujjainiyas. There was the term of Ujjainiyas during the Afghan period, and all the people who were being recruited were called the Ujjainiyas.
Good morning, sir. I'm Colonel Om Prakash. My question is for Dr. Amit. I would like to add regarding the establishment of this Danapur or Dinapur cantonment. Initially, on the banks of Ganges, present-day Gandhi Maidan of Patna, there was a Dutch port from where they used to export tobacco and indigo from here. When the Britishers wanted to establish cantonment here, they selected that area, which is present-day called Gandhi Maidan. And the area was known as Bakerganj, which has not got concocted to Bakarganj, what they call it today. And then there were three reasons for the East India Company to shift from present-day Gandhi Maidan to this area. First, there was a mutiny by the white troops. There was a massive fire, second. And third, there was water logging in the general area of Gandhi Maidan. So they bought this land from the Nizam of Danapur. The actual name is Danapur. And the land acquisition documents are still there in the Khuda Baksh Library of Patna. And then this cantonment was established. This cantonment was also once upon a time known as White London, because the way London is on the banks of Thames, they wanted to establish this cantonment all along the banks of Ganges River. That's what I wanted to add. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Aditya Pandey, and I'm a student of APS Danapur, Cantt. Firstly, I would like to thank the Bihar Regimental Center for
Professor Abhay Kumar. I think I touched a bit on the societal impact of the Purbaya recruitment, because I mentioned that the Purbaya soldier, while being high caste, was a middle peasant. He was not the elite of his community. So he often used his identity as the East India Company to go back and fight with his fellow civilians or from where he had come for land. He often fought with the Zamindar for land and often tried to assert his identity as the East India Company to go upwardly mobile in his society. And Bhumiyars especially, also while they were always high caste, especially gained traction after joining the army, because before that they were often tabbed as unmartial. Now that they were joining the army, that they could very proudly claim that we are martial. So I think I briefly touched on it, but thank you for that linguistic part. I didn't know of that part, and I was enlightened by your comments. Thank you for that. But we did, I think I briefly touched on the social impact of the Purbaya recruitment. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. May I request Major General Manoj Kumar to the stage to felicitate our esteemed panelists, please. I request General Manoj and our panelists for a group photograph, please. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a short break of 10 minutes. We start our next session at 1200 hours. Thank you. to the fascinating history and ongoing legacy of Jharkhand's contribution to the Indian Army. We have our first panelist, Mr. Prabhuda Biswas, with us on the stage. Mr. Prabhuda Biswas is a distinguished freelance journalist and historian focusing on Bihar's military heritage. His notable publication, The Making of the First Cantonment of the Indian Subcontinent in Patna, 1757-1768, outlines the development of military establishments in Bihar. With over 100 articles in national media, he has documented the state's historical and military significance. Mr. Biswas played an integral role in the editorial team for Patna, A Monumental History, and Monuments of Bihar, both published by the Governor of Bihar. Presently, he is conducting research on military warfare and communication routes, essential for logistic support in conflicts. Welcome, sir. It is my pleasure to introduce our chair, Major General Jai Singh Bensla, Sena Medal, commissioned into the 5th Battalion of the Bihar Regiment on 9 June 1990, has had a distinguished 34-year military career as a third-generation soldier. He has led the 4th Battalion and commanded 9th Sector of Assam Rifles in a counter-insurgency role in Manipur, alongside several key operational and administrative roles within the Strategic Force Command and counter-insurgency forces. His international experience includes serving with the United Nations in Angola and as a sector commander in South Sudan. He is a recipient of Sena Medal with various commendations for his service. He serves as the Additional Director General of Assam Rifles and has held the position of Colonel of the Bihar Regiment since February 2025. Welcome, sir.
Dr. Narendra Yadav, our second panelist, ladies and gentlemen, works as Deputy Director at History Division, Ministry of Defense. He pursued his PhD in military history from Jawaharlal Nehru University. Dr. Yadav has co-authored in some publications of the History Division, including Deeds of Gallantry, Indian Armed Forces in World War I, the 1971 War. Dr. Yadav has contributed a number of research papers and articles in various research journals and military magazines. He has also been panelist in a number of conferences and seminars. His area of specific interest is Indian Armed Forces in both the world wars. We welcome you, sir, on the dais. Colonel Tejinder Pal Singh Hundal Visist Seva Medal PhD, our third panelist for this session, is a serving Indian Army officer with 25 years of military experience. His academic qualifications include an MPhil degree in international relations and a doctorate in defense and strategic studies from Punjab University, Chandigarh. Along with a profound interest in the participation of Indian troops in 2 world wars, the author is also a keen follower of developments in the emerging geostrategic construct of the Indo-Pacific along with the associated ramifications. His first book delineated the geostrategic relationship between India and Australia under the overarching dimension of the Indo-Pacific region in the context of 3 specific themes: defense, diplomacy, and diaspora. His second book, titled We Too Were There, Indians at Gallipoli. Please welcome Colonel Hundal on the dais, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are into our 5th session, which also happens to be the last one for the day. However, if we look at the yesterday's sessions and that including the first one today, it cannot but be noticed that the seminar has been structured in a very, very interesting and logical manner. We started by establishing the geopolitical and the geographical advantages of the region that we are discussing today, and how it has enabled over the years, centuries, the military thought and military process in this country. Thereafter, we have also spoken about the Sipahi legacy, how the recruitment started in those times, in the historical times for all of us. And then we went around to discuss yesterday about Kautilya and the Arthashastra, which generated a lot of interest and discussion. In the morning, we have looked at the recruitments, the Purviyas, and the 1857 First War of Independence or the revolt. It now brings us logically to where we are today, that is in Danapur. So we have three prominent speakers amongst us, and they will be covering various topics. First, we have Mr. Prabhu Buddha Biswas, who is not too well. Thank you very much in spite of your health condition being here amongst us. And he would be covering on making of Danapur, a part of which was covered in brief by one of our previous speakers. Then we have Dr. Narendra Yadav, who comes to us from the Ministry of Defense, and he's a Deputy Director in the Historical Division, interested in the history of the country, and he today will be speaking to us about the role of the Indian Army in the evacuation of the refugees during the partition which happened in 1947. Incidentally, we also, our own battalion of the regiment to Bihar was also part of this operation, and in that they evacuated safely almost 2,000 plus refugees, and 36 of our soldiers gave their life in fulfilling their duty. I'm sure that will get touched, if not by him, by Colonel Hundal, who is our third and last speaker for the day. He shall be taking us today through the regimental saga of valor and sacrifice, drawing down from history and bringing us to the current times. We have about 45 minutes, which gives about 15 minutes to each speaker. I know we are short on time, but nonetheless, I'll request you to be brief, and whatever comes up during the question answer session can be taken forward. This session, as it deals with the region's contribution to Indian Army, is more contemporary, as we are looking at periods from where either most of us have studied, been informed, or been part of activities and events which have happened, in which the troops from this region, and specifically the Bihar Regiment, have been part of. So I now invite you, the first speaker, to please, from the chair itself, you can please take on your presentation. Thank you.
I thank you, Chair, for giving me the opportunity to speak on the subject, the making of the Danapur Cantonment. And it will be a live commentary, and I'll be speaking in Hindi and English at the same time. ठीक है ना? So I can speak. So I continue with our subject, the making of the Danapur Cantonment. First of all, that is the cantonment has its Indian origin. Indeed, Indian has its own origin. और इसका जो शुरुआत होती है from the French word canton, उसी का ये cantonment. इसके बाद है आपका later they became the permanent barrack of the military personnel, and the concept of the cantonment arose from the Mughal practice of the peripatetic, that is the travelling government. Sir Thomas Roe जो आपका इंग्लिश आपका एम्बेसडर थे, वह जहांगीर के दरबार में आए थे, and he visited the दरबार of Jahangir, and he gave a brief, करीब 3 साल थे, 3 साल रह करके इसने पूरा मुगल कोर्ट का हाव भाव देखा, and he described the Mughal court in elaborate way. Next. And 18th century in transition. 18th century medieval warfare mainly fought on the basis of chain of forts, that is city forts. उस समय 17th सेंचुरी की कहानी है. उस समय एक जमाना था मोबाइल वॉरफेयर का. रैपिड डिप्लॉयमेंट ऑफ आर्मी, इमरजेंस ऑफ कैंपिंग ग्राउंड्स. कैंपिंग ग्राउंड का कॉन्सेप्ट शुरू हो गया था. जहाँ पर जाते थे मोबाइल आर्मी, वो लोग कैंपिंग ग्राउंड ठहर जाते थे. और उसी से 18th century, the invention of sophisticated guns and cannons and ammunition had made the city forts more vulnerable. City forts का situation खराब हो गया था क्योंकि कैनन का डिस्कवरी हो चुका था, इन्वेंशन हो चुका था, और जिस तरह से अब गोला निकलता था उससे उन लोगों का जो पोजीशन जो है सिटी फोर्स का पोजीशन गड़बड़ हो जाता था. इसीलिए कहा जाता है 18th century could be seen as a transition, as both concept went hand in hand. दोनों एक साथ चल रहा था. सिटी फोर्स का भी लोग ठहर रहे थे, लेकिन सिटी फोर्स का पोजीशन गड़बड़ होते चला जा रहा था, उसका पोजीशन खराब होते जा रहा था. नेक्स्ट, इसके बाद है फार रीचिंग डेवलपमेंट इन द बंगाल ड्यूरिंग द जून 1757. जून 1757 की बात है जब बैटल ऑफ प्लासी आने वाला था. तो उसमें हम लोग क्या देख रहे हैं कि फास्ट चल रहा था कि फ्रेंच सेटलमेंट ऑफ चंद्रनगर वाज टेकन बाय द इंग्लिश ड्यूरिंग द वॉर नियर चंद्रनगर. द मैनिपुलेटेड विक्ट्री ऑफ ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी forces in the battle of Plassey on June 23rd, 1757. June 23rd, 1757 में battle of Plassey हुआ था. And for the first time, East India Company unveiled the garb of defensive military guard of English factory and became the aggressor of the victorious English army. Next, initial military barracks. उसमें हम क्या देखते हैं? The East India Company forces used their warehouses. वेयरहाउस माने गोदाम को वो लोग फैक्ट्री के रूप में इस्तेमाल करते थे और इसको उसमें कैंपिंग ग्राउंड्स के रूप में ठहरते थे. इन द सिटी मिलिट्री बैरक्स टू कैंप देयर मिलिट्री पर्सनल. खास करके बैरक्स थे कासिम बाजार, दैट इज साउथ ऑफ मुर्शिदाबाद. देन केस ऑफ चंद्रनगर, दैट इज इन फ्रेंच चंद्रनगर. देन कम द गुलजार बाग, जो पटना में था. एंड फोर्ट विलियम जो कलकत्ता का बंगाल ऑपरेशन का हेडक्वार्टर था. नेक्स्ट, aggression and consolidation. The march of Ayerkut with the EIC forces in the Patna. इसका है क्या कि बैटल ऑफ प्लासी के बाद फ्रेंच आर्मी सिराजुद्दौला के बचाव के लिए पटना की तरफ आ रहा था. पटना से they are coming towards मुर्शिदाबाद, लेकिन उस जगह पर वो आ नहीं पाए और वो राजमहल से लौट गए पटना की तरफ. And Sirazudollah was caught and was murdered on the spot in search of the French army. Commencement of the formation of a battalion of Sipahis from January 1757. It is a significant part कि उसी समय जब अंग्रेजों का consolidation हो रहा था और सिपाही battalion का formation शुरू हो गया था. Robert Clive had ordered the Fort William that आप लोग battalion का formation कीजिए, तो उसका शुरुआत हो गया था. इसका जिक्र आगे भी आएंगे. नेक्स्ट, मिलिट्री बैरक्स जो समय है 1757-1764 का. इंग्लिश फोर्सेज वर स्टेशन आइदर इन द इंग्लिश फैक्ट्रीज और इन अ कैप्चर्ड और फोर्ट्स और इन द स्ट्रेटेजिक बॉर्डर टाउन्स, विलेजेस, एंड ग्रेजुअली कन्वर्टेड इनटू कैंपिंग ग्राउंड्स न्यू बैरक्स ऑफ बंगाल प्रोविंस. जिसमें इन लोगों का जो कैंपिंग ग्राउंड हो रहा था, जिसमें खास करके चिटागांग, रंगपुर, मिदनापुर, बर्दवान, यह है प्रेजेंट बांग्लादेश में. मिदनापुर, बर्दवान से लेकर के रामपुर हाट, काटवा, पिपली, जलेश्वर, यह है आपका बंगाल के एरिया में था. मुंगेर, सासाराम, दुर्गावती, कर्मनाशा, दाऊदनगर, रोहतास के इलाके में, एंड स्पेशली माझी छापरा इन द प्रेजेंट सारण डिस्ट्रिक्ट में. नेक्स्ट, Battle of Buxar 1764. Afterwards, till Allahabad Treaty of 1765, English forces moved forward in the dominion of Sujauddaulah, Nawab of Oudh, and captured two strategic forts. खास करके चुनार फोर्ट पहले कब्जा किया जो है 8 फरवरी को हुआ था 1765 में, and at Shahab at Allahabad, that is on February 11, 1765, both the forts were captured. and also station its forces in various towns like Banaras, Jaunpur and Lucknow, Faizabad, जार्जमो। तो कानपुर जो है, कानपुर का पुराना नाम है जार्जमो, एक मोहल्ला भी है जार्जमो के नाम से। Out of all, only 3 barracks, that is Munger, Allahabad and Bankipur, were upgraded to the status of cantonment on August 1765. Next. Organization of the Bengal Army. In August 5, 1765, the 3 newly formed brigades were stationed in the following places. First brigade was at Munger, second brigade was at Allahabad, and third brigade was at Bankipur cantonment, that is the present Patna. Next, Danapur cantonment. Munger cantonment incidentally was dismantled क्योंकि मुंगेर में व्हाइट म्यूटिनी हो गया था on the issue of double बट्टा। उसके साथ साथ इलाहाबाद cantonment and but the cantonment of Bankipur, followed by its relocation at Danapur, continued uninterruptedly from 1765 till today, making it the oldest cantonment in the Indian subcontinent, which completes 250 years. खास करके जैसे 1765 में अपग्रेडेशन हुआ था कैंटोनमेंट में, जबकि बैरकपुर का हुआ था 1772 में, 7 years बाद। और जो हुआ था, जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट गेजेटियर ऑफ पटना में मेंशन किया हुआ है कि 1772 में और 1765 में पटना, दानापुर और पटना का फॉर्मेशन हुआ था। इसलिए दानापुर, it suggests that Danapur is the oldest cantonment in the whole Indian subcontinent. Next. Barracks and camping grounds of Patna. It is a very interesting part. यदि हम बैरक्स एंड कैंटन बैरक का कैंपिंग ग्राउंड देखते हैं तो हम लोग चले जाते हैं पूरब में। आज यदि पटना शहर का बात करें, एक है बाग अफजल खान, बाग जाफर खान, सॉरी, ये एकदम सबलपुर है ईस्टर्न। यदि हम लोग चले जाते हैं पटना का एक गांव है पूरब में, उसका नाम है सबलपुर। वहाँ से लेकर के वहाँ पर बाग जाफर खान का एक कैंपिंग ग्राउंड था। इसके साथ हम लोग क्या देखते हैं, next comes the Patna English factory campus, that is at Guljar Bagh. Presently वहाँ पर एक गुलजार बाग प्रेस है। Then comes the बाग अफजल खान, दो आज का साइंस कॉलेज कैंपस और NIT है, ये बाग अफजल खान के नाम से भी जाना जाता है। इसके बाद है कंपनी बाग, that is the बांकीपुर एरिया में, जो प्रेजेंटली पीरभर थाना जो है सब्जी बाग का इलाका है, उसी का ही उत्तर में सिविल कोर्ट कैंपस है। That was the erstwhile company बाग। एंड जिसके साथ और सैंड बैंक के मतलब है जो हम लोग हिंदी भाषा में बोलते हैं दियारा इलाका। गंगा के पार में हम लोग देखते हैं दियारा अभी भी पड़ा हुआ है। दियारा में रॉबर्ट क्लाइव जो आए थे 1759 में, रॉबर्ट क्लाइव अपने सेना को लेकर के वहाँ पर कैंपिंग किया था, यानी गंगा से जस्ट उत्तर में दे कैंप्ड along with the army. That was the sandbank opposite river Ganges. And comes the गोलघर कैंपस एंड लोधीपुर मोहल्ला। गोलघर कैंपस के एरिया हम लोग जानते हैं, लोधी आप लोग ठहरे थे इन द ईयर 1574 बाय अकबर अगेंस्ट द दाऊद करानी, और लड़ाई हुआ था जिसमें बैटल ऑफ हाजीपुर हुआ था, इसके बाद बैटल ऑफ पटना हुआ जिसमें कब्जा किया था पटना का, और लास्टली मीठापुर एंड फुलवारी शरीफ एंड लास्टली दानापुर। यह सब में कैंपिंग ग्राउंड्स था। इफ यू सी द डॉक्यूमेंट, हिस्टोरिकल डॉक्यूमेंट, यू विल फाइंड द camping grounds. Next, military bazaar and marketplaces. This is also very interesting one. सबसे खास है कर्नेलगंज की कहानी है। कर्नेलगंज की बात है 17th century रिवर साइड जो ये था बाजार थे या बाजार लगता था, वो है कंपनी बाग। और खास करके जो गंगा ब्रिज है, गंगा ब्रिज जब जाके हाजीपुर की तरफ आप जाते हैं, जो when it embarks on the river Ganges, that area was known as the company bag, कर्नेलगंज for us. लेकिन कर्नेलगंज नाम रह गया, लेकिन मार्केट प्लेस हैज वैनिश्ड। कर्नेलगंज के साथ साथ दूसरा नाम है बाकरगंज। बाकरगंज का मोहल्ला हम जानते हैं, बाकरगंज का मोहल्ला जो है आज भी बाकरगंज इज द फ्लरिशिंग मार्केट। बाकरगंज का नाम है और उसका दूसरा बना है रॉबर्ट बार्कर के नाम से। ही वॉज द कमांडेंट ऑफ द बागीपुर कैंटोनमेंट। 1765 में बाकरगंज का नाम पड़ा था, वहाँ से बाजार बनी थी। लास्टली कम था सदर बाजार। सदर बाजार आज भी है, दानापुर में सदर बाजार आप देखते हैं। सदर बाजार के बगल से आप देखेंगे कि जो नैरो स्ट्रीट गोज टुवर्ड द बीएस कॉलेज, और बीएस कॉलेज के सामने रजिस्ट्री ऑफिस है। एंड यू मस्ट बी एस्टॉनिशिंग दैट सदर बाजार का जो रास्ता है वो इज द ओल्डेस्ट रोड, इसका नाम हुआ था 1765 के बाद से। और वो जो दीघा दानापुर रोड आप आज हम देखते हैं, इसके बाद 1767-68 में जो दानापुर कैंटोनमेंट का तैयार हुआ, इसके बाद वो रोड बना। दानापुर दीघा रोड इज द न्यू रोड, जिससे हम लोग आज थोड़ा देर पहले हम भी लौटे हैं दीघा से। हम मेरे घर दीघा है, दीघा से हम लौटा है। दैट इज द ओरिजिनल रोड, न्यू रोड। द ओल्ड रोड क्या है, सदर बाजार के बगल से जो गली होते हुए जो जाते हैं रोड, हांडी साहब का भी हांडी साहब भी अभी भी है गुरुद्वारा। तो आप देखेंगे कि पुराना रोड सदर बाजार इज स्टिल द फ्लरिशिंग मार्केट, बट स्टिल देयर इज अ रोड। नेक्स्ट, इंग्लिश बैरक इन पटना, ब्रिटिश मिलिटरी बैरक, द campus of the British factory गुलजारबाग, नाउ गवर्नमेंट प्रेस। यह गवर्नमेंट प्रेस का नाम से जाना जाता है, आज भी है। और यह जो बैरक जो है, यहाँ पर पटना शहर का थाना भी था एक समय। इसके बाद आता है आपका बांकीपुर बैरक, वो नाम है कंपनी बाग के नाम से। कंपनी बाग जो ओरिजिनल कंपनी बाग है, अर्ली 18th सेंचुरी में अंग्रेज लोग खरीदा था, जिस समय बैटल ऑफ प्लासी नहीं हुआ था। और ये जो कंपनी बाग बैरक जो है, ये आज हम देखते हैं आपका राजेंद्र सर्जिकल ब्लॉक जो है पटना मेडिकल कॉलेज एंड हॉस्पिटल का हिस्सा जो है, उसके साथ आपका मदर टेरेसा वुमेन्स हॉस्टल है। एंड इंदिरा गांधी कैजुअलिटी वार्ड लेकर के कंपनी बाग का जो था, ये दिया हुआ है आपका पटना गैजेटियर में दिया हुआ है, आप लोग पढ़ ले सकते हैं। 1908 का पब्लिशिंग है। तो यह है। और लास्टली आपका है लेटर अपग्रेड टू द स्टेटस ऑफ बांकीपुर, as the then Patna urban area started expanding westward, it was relocated at Danapur. इसी के बाद दानापुर में relocate हुआ था, that is further west of Patna in 1767 and 68. Next, यह है आपका पटना इंग्लिश बैरक का एक फोटोग्राफ से। नेक्स्ट, यह है सीताराम का लिखा हुआ 1812 का पेंटिंग है, यह इंग्लिश बैरक का एक पेंटिंग है। नेक्स्ट, इट इज ऑन द रियल, अभी भी ये बिल्डिंग है। यहाँ पर शाह आलम II यानी मुगल एम्परर थे। शाह आलम II का लड़ाई में हारने के बाद चंडी के पास लड़ाई हुआ था नालंदा डिस्ट्रिक्ट में, उसके बाद उसको बंदी बना के पटना ले आया गया था। एंड शाह आलम II और उस समय नवाब मीर कासिम थे, उसको ले आया गया था और उसका ताजपोशी हुआ था। Shah Alam II, Mughal Emperor Shah Alam II was coronated for the second time in this building. और उसका फर्स्ट फ्लोर में आपका देख पाएंगे कि यहाँ पर सेंट्रल हॉल में ताजपोशी हुआ था। एंड इट इज ऑन द हिस्टोरिकल प्लेस, यू मस्ट गो एंड विजिट द प्लेस सम टाइम। नेक्स्ट, ये है 18th सेंचुरी इंग्लिश सोल्जर एंड इंडियन सिपाही का फोटोग्राफ से। नेक्स्ट, कंपनी बाग, the historic company bag acquired by the East India Company before 1757. It consisted only of the area which later formed the compound of the district judge's house. यानी पीरभोर थाना के पीछे जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट जज का जो आपका कहते हैं डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोर्ट जो है, सेशन कोर्ट, तो अब आज भी मौजूद है। वहाँ पर कमांडेंट का हेडक्वार्टर था, यानी रॉबर्ट बार्कर का हेडक्वार्टर था। एंड बांकीपुर कैंटोनमेंट फंक्शन फ्रॉम दैट प्लेस, दैट इज द हिस्टोरिकल प्लेस। कभी विजिट करेंगे, यू मस्ट विजिट द डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोर्ट, दैट इज द सेशन कोर्ट बेस्ड एट नॉर्थ ऑफ पीरभोर थाना। नेक्स्ट, आर्मी कैंपिंग ग्राउंड एंड कंपनी बाग. The land in the west of the company bar was used as a camping ground from 1757 by the company's troops. The areas where now exists the old Mahendru Ghat, Civil Court Campus, Civil Surgeon's Office, Mahendru Ghat, the Railway Colony, Bihar National College Campus, St. Joseph School, कंपनी बाग एमंग अदर। ये जो सेंट जोसेफ कॉन्वेंट वगैरह जो है, बीएन कॉलेज का इलाका जो है, ये सब था अर्स्ट्राइल कंपनी बाग बैराक था, जो जिसको कहते हैं बागीपुर कैंटोनमेंट का बैराक बना हुआ था। नेक्स्ट, ये है आपका कंपनी बाग कैंपस का एक फोटो है। नॉर्थ ईस्ट में आपका देख रहे हैं हम लोग सेशन कोर्ट है, और उसके साथ साथ पूरा इलाका गंगा किनारे का एरिया। आज का यदि मगध महिला कॉलेज कैंपस है जो गंगा किनारे है, वह था आपका पैरेड ग्राउंड था, पैरेड ग्राउंड था। और आपका गांधी मैदान जो था, दैट वाज एक्चुअली द लो लाइंग एरिया। पानी जमता था, उधर से आपका एग्जीबिशन रोड होते हुए पानी निकाल दिया जाता था बादशाही नाला की तरफ टुवर्ड साउथ। और बाद में कंपनी को ऊंचा करके, इसको क्या बोले हम, गांधी मैदान को ऊंचा करके बना दिया गया। और आज हम लोग गांधी मैदान को देखते हैं इन अ सेलिब्रेटेड फॉर्म। नेक्स्ट, रिवर साइड व्यू ऑफ द कंपनी बाग। ये एक रेयर पेंटिंग है, 1823-24 का है। पटना म्यूजियम में इसका पेंटिंग्स हैं। नेक्स्ट, हु स्टेड एट कंपनी बाग। कंपनी बाग में कौन स्टे किया था? जब बैटल ऑफ प्लासी के बाद मेजर आयर कूड अंडर द इंस्ट्रक्शन ऑफ द रॉबर्ट क्लाइव, वो धावा किया था फ्रेंच आर्मी को पकड़ने के लिए, माने धावा किया था कब्जा करने के लिए। फ्रेंच आर्मी उस समय भाग रहा था पटना के तरफ। आयर कूड रश टू पटना and he camped there in the Guliarbagh barrack and he pursued the French force up to Chhapra. Next, the parade ground. The parade ground was further west along the river bank in the area west of Bakarganj, that is the Uddu Singh Nala, and north of the present day Gandhi Maidan. यदि आप एंट्री लेते हैं बाकरगंज से, यहाँ पर एक अंडरग्राउंड नाला है जिसको हम लोग पूरा जानते हैं बाकरगंज नाला के रूप में ही फेमस है। और उसमें ही दैट इज द हिस्टोरिक उद्दू सिंह नाला बना हुआ है। उद्दू सिंह नाला से हम लोगों का बैरक का पहचान होता है, क्योंकि जब कैंटोनमेंट दानापुर कैंटोनमेंट बनने की बात, बांकीपुर कैंटोनमेंट बनने की बात हुआ, तो बांकीपुर कैंटोनमेंट बनने के क्रम में जो आपका यह था, क्या बोले, बैरक था। बैरक कहाँ पर बना था? आज का जो हम देखते हैं मिश्रा पेट्रोल पंप, आज भी है मौजूद। उसके साथ हम लोग देखें एल्फिस्टन सिनेमा हॉल, देन कम्स द मुना मल्टीप्लेक्स, उसके साथ था उद्योग भवन, उसके साथ आप देखेंगे क्या है, यातायात पुलिस यानी थाना का एक हिस्सा, और लास्ट में है गांधी मैदान थाना का एक हिस्सा बना हुआ है। यह सब बैरक बन गया था वेस्ट ऑफ, इमीडिएट वेस्ट ऑफ बाकरगंज नाला। और आप यदि दक्षिण की तरफ चलेंगे, वह था IMA हॉल। IMA हॉल तक आपका बैरक, बांकीपुर कैंटोनमेंट का बैरक बन रहा था। उसी समय एक घटना घट गई। नेक्स्ट, ट्रांजिशन फ्रॉम बैरक टू कैंटोनमेंट, August 5, 1765. Next, Bankipur Cantonment. The cantonment at Bankipur was assigned to the 3rd Brigade under the Colonel Robert Barker. Hence, new barracks were built further south. यहाँ पर एक पॉइंटर है, इसमें आपका पॉइंटर दिखेगा नहीं ना। इसमें आपका जो पैरेड ग्राउंड की जहाँ तक बात, पैरेड ग्राउंड है बना हुआ है, ये गंगा किनारे है। पैरेड ग्राउंड आपका श्री कृष्ण मेमोरियल हॉल से लेकर के आप चले जाएं आपका बांकीपुर गर्ल्स हाई स्कूल तक, यह पैरेड ग्राउंड था गंगा किनारे। मगध महिला कॉलेज का कैंपस है, बीएड कॉलेज ट्रेनिंग कॉलेज का कैंपस है, ये सब था पैरेड ग्राउंड। और उसका दक्षिण में क्या है कि आपका गांधी मैदान जो है, गांधी मैदान वाज द लो लाइंग एरिया, उसको अपग्रेड करके ऊंचा करके बाद में टॉयरेबल पैरेड ग्राउंड बनाया गया था, लेकिन वो बहुत बात की बात है। और उसके बाद में लाल जो दागी दिया हुआ इलाका है, उसमें आपका परमानेंट बैरक जो बनाया गया था बिसाइड द, कह सकते हैं बिसाइड द बाकरगंज नाला, और जो उद्योग भवन वगैरह जितना नाम हम बोले हैं वो सब बैरक बनाया गया था। और बैरक बनाने के बाद यह सब इलाका जो है सब मिलाकर के मोटा मोटी बांकीपुर कैंटोनमेंट का इलस्ट्रेशन है। नेक्स्ट,
मिस्टर विश्वास, समय थोड़ा सा आप थोड़ा जल्दी कर लें।
अच्छा, नेक्स्ट, पटना गांधी मैदान। 3rd Brigade was stationed at Bankipur in the most of the present day Gandhi Maidan, part of the low-lying area over by the company authorities bearing the part of eastern Gandhi Maidan, which could be regarded as a tolerable camping ground. Later, new barracks were built on the eastern side, south of the barrack. Next. New barracks. New barracks में मिसर पेट्रोल पंप में हम थोड़ा सा ऑलरेडी ब्रीफ. नेक्स्ट. ये एक रेयर फोटोग्राफ है, डीआईएल का पेंटिंग है, पटना म्यूजियम में रखा हुआ है, सुरक्षित है. यानी आपका हम जो देख रहे हैं यहाँ पर है, जो मिलिट्री बैरक्स है, ये खास करके अपर कास्ट के जो हिंदू सिपाही थे, ये लोग सब अपर कास्ट के होते थे. और ये लोग हम लोग ब्रिटिश आर्मी के साथ खाना नहीं खाते थे. ये लोग झोपड़ी में रहते थे और वहीं पर लड़ाई करने जाते थे अपने खाना बना के. दिस इज वन ऑफ द रेयर पेंटिंग ऑफ डीआईडी, रखा हुआ है पटना म्यूजियम में. नेक्स्ट. ये रॉबर्ट बर्कर का एक पिक्चर है और क्राइस्ट चर्च है. क्राइस्ट चर्च रेसिडेंशियल क्वार्टर था रॉबर्ट बर्कर का, एक छोटा सा रेसिडेंशियल क्वार्टर. नेक्स्ट. ये है अगस्त 12, 1765 ट्रीटी ऑफ इलाहाबाद. नेक्स्ट. हायरार्की ऑफ द थर्ड ब्रिगेड, जो हायरार्की बना था थर्ड ब्रिगेड का, उसमें जनरल रॉबर्ट बर्कर वाज द हेड कमांडिंग द ब्रिगेड, लेफ्टिनेंट कर्नल वाज द चार्ल्स चैपमैन कमांडिंग द रेजिमेंट एंड मेजर ह्यूज ग्रांट. ये है टोटल. नेक्स्ट. कंपोजिशन ऑफ द थर्ड ब्रिगेड, उसमें जो लिखा हुआ है रेजिमेंट अंडर द लेफ्टिनेंट चार्ल्स चैपमैन, कंपनी आर्टिलरी यूरोपियन अंडर द कैप्टन किंडरस्ले, और खास करके 7 डेप्यूटी बैटालियंस जो है सिपाही बैटालियंस अंडर द लीडरशिप कैप्टन रैंक ऑफिसर्स. रसल्ला एज द कैवलरी अंडर लेफ्टिनेंट जॉन मेयर. नेक्स्ट. नेक्स्ट. और यदि हम इसका देखते डेवलपमेंट जो होता है सेकंड ब्रिगेड में, उसमें डिसमेंटल हो जाता है. मुंगेर कैंटोनमेंट डिसमेंटल होने के बाद बट्टा अलाउंस के इशू पर खास करके आपका जो रिलोकेशन होता है दानापुर में 1765 इज टुडे फंक्शनिंग टिल टुडे. नेक्स्ट. फास्ट डेवलपमेंट्स. इनिशियली एक इलाहाबाद कैंटोनमेंट को डिसमेंटल करके इलाहाबाद कैंटोनमेंट से हट जाना पड़ा था ड्यू टू द रेड ऑफ मराठास. वो लोग पीछे हट गए थे और इलाहाबाद कैंटोनमेंट को डिसमेंटल करके ये लोग आ गए थे आपका टुवर्ड्स रोहतास एंड कैंटोन एट सासाराम एंड दाऊद नगर. जिसके चलते क्या हुआ, वहाँ से फर्दर बुला लिया गया इन द बांकीपुर कैंटोनमेंट. एंड इन टर्न क्या हुआ, आपका बांकीपुर कैंटोनमेंट के कैंटोनमेंट से दे मूव टुवर्ड्स द इलाहाबाद. जब तक 1767-68 में बन रहा था दानापुर कैंटोनमेंट, उस समय तक वो लोग थे आपका इलाहाबाद में एंड बांकीपुर कैंटोनमेंट में वो लोग थे. लेकिन बाद में बुला लिया गया. 1770 में दानापुर कैंटोनमेंट बनी. आज जो देख रहे हैं आपका आर्मी स्कूल कैंपस जो है नॉर्दर्न एंड वेस्टर्न साइड में दानापुर कैंटोनमेंट का लोग ब्रिटिश ऑफिसर्स रहते थे. लेकिन यहाँ पर जो ग्रैंड स्क्वायर जो है आड़ा बैरक जो है, इसमें नॉर्दर्न एंड वेस्टर्न साइड में ब्रिटिश ऑफिसर का था लेकिन स्टिल सिविलियन कंट्रोल में है. एंड अभी भी जो बिल्डिंग जो है इज द हेरिटेज बिल्डिंग एंड द इंडियन सब कॉन्टिनेंट का सबसे ओल्डेस्ट बिल्डिंग है. खास करके हम देखते हैं क्या कि ओल्डेस्ट बिल्डिंग की जहाँ तक बात है, पटना में और बहरमपुर में शिफ्ट हुआ था. मुंगेर में म्यूटिनी जो हुआ था वहाँ से डिसमेंटल करके मुंगेर कैंटोनमेंट को चला गया था. बहरमपुर में प्रेजेंटली मुर्शिदाबाद डिस्ट्रिक्ट हेडक्वार्टर है. अब बहरमपुर के लोग भी नहीं जानते हैं कि वहाँ पर एक्चुअली कैंटोनमेंट बना था. 1803 में डिसमेंटल हो गया था. नेक्स्ट. ठीक है. थैंक यू.
Thank you. We can take the balance of the things during the question answer. Thank you very much. I will now invite Dr. Yadav, please, to.
Good afternoon to all. Thank you Thanks to esteemed chair. I'm grateful to Commandant Bihar Regimental Center, Director General United Service Institution of India and his team, and Colonel Hundal, Deputy Commandant BRC, for inviting me for this good seminar and giving me this opportunity. So my topic is Partition of India in 1947, Role of Indian Army in Evacuation of Refugees. So in this presentation, I shall be covering some aspects. First, the background for the intervention of the army in evacuation of the refugees, then formation of Punjab Boundary Force, military evacuation organization, setting up of the military evacuation organizations, then duty or everything. I will be covering some of the regiments which were part of the military evacuation organization in evacuation of refugees, and then conclusion. So, multiple factors led to the independence of India, multiple factors led, forced in fact the British to leave India. So after World War II, 2 years after World War, 1.5 years after World War II, on 20th March 1947, Patrick Lawrence, Secretary of State for India, he declared in House of Commons that the power of India would be transferred to the responsible hands. So then he also declared that Lord Mountbatten, Admiral Mountbatten, he is being sent to replace Lord Wavell, who was the Viceroy, and basically to transfer the power to Indian hands. So this sparked the violence in Rawalpindi and Lahore and Multan, and in March, in third week of March. So it started from Rawalpindi, then it spread over to, immediately spread over to Lahore and Multan, and some 10,000 non-Muslims, they were killed in this, and more than 40,000 were forced to leave their homes. So communal violence intensified, and meantime on 3rd June, Mountbatten announced that the British will be leaving India on 15th August, and he also announced the partition. So the communal violence intensified with this, and the civil administration and the police, they became almost ineffective. So I'll be showing the map. So this was published in Daily Herald newspaper on 4 June 1947 after declaration of 3rd June by Lord Mountbatten. And in this you can see that Punjab and Bengal provinces, so these are highlighted. So millions of people found themselves after this announcements, refugees at their homes and regions where they had lived for generations. So migration started at a big scale after this announcement, and so did the communal frenzy. So though Muslims had the options to stay in India and non-Muslims in Pakistan, but terrible violence forced them to migrate to other side of the border. So civil administration and police, they failed to control, and at this stage, the British asked the intervention of the army. So meanwhile, the British appointed Sir Radcliffe, Cyril Radcliffe, to demarcate the boundaries of Punjab and Bengal. So Radcliffe, who never have been in India, reached Delhi on 8 July. So he was having almost 35 days to demarcate the boundary and announce and give his report. So it was in fact ironic that a man who did not know anything about India decided the fate of people on a piece of paper, is that map to demarcate the borders. Radcliffe submitted the report on 17th August, and it was made public. He in fact submitted his report on 16th August and it was made public on 17th August. So by this time, both countries had celebrated their Independence Day. But lakhs of people did not know whether they were on the right side or wrong side of the border. So you can see the pre-independence Punjab. So today's Pakistan, Punjab, and after this demarcation, you can see the highlighted things that 1947, after partition, West Punjab and East Punjab. So in East Punjab, at that time there was Haryana and the Himachal Pradesh. So they became independent states in 1966. So meanwhile, in July 1947, the partition committee, so before that the Punjab formed the Punjab Boundary Force under Major General T.W. Rees, and its headquarters was located at Lahore. So Brigadier D.S. Barar and Brigadier Ayub Khan were appointed as the advisors to General Rees. So subsequently Brigadier K.S. Thimaiya and Brigadier Nasir Ahmed were also appointed as advisors. So Punjab Boundary Force had number of units under and formations under its command. So including 14 Para Brigade at Lahore, 11 Para Brigade at Jalandhar. So Brigadier Baristo, who was the 11th Brigade commander, so he has written a very useful book, Memories of the British Raj, which speaks about the partition and his role of his brigade and also the communal violence. So then 43 Brigade was at Firozpur and 114 Brigade was at Lahore. So force area, the PBF area of work included 17,000, so this is formation, included 17,000 of villages and towns and cities and areas of 37,500 square miles. So Central Punjab, Sialkot, in fact, Central Punjab, so you can see in the map, the pointer is not there. So Central Punjab from Sialkot to Montgomery and from Layalpur to Ludhiana. So it was the most affected area because it has almost equal population of both Hindus and English, Hindus and non-Hindus. Sorry, Muslims and non-Muslims. So Montgomery and Layalpur, in fact Montgomery and Layalpur, they had the canal colonies. So in early 20th century, so the British established canal colonies in Montgomery and Layalpur, and the ex-soldiers who had the glorious service in the army, say they were given the plots of lands for the agriculture, and they set themselves, they worked very hard and made the land fertile. So many of them were Sikhs and the Hindus, so they found after this announcement of Radcliffe at the wrong side of the border. So people migrated from east to west and vice versa, and they were attacked by violent mobs and miscreants. So anyone's blood, so the trains, they came from East Pakistan, East Punjab, and which went from west to east. So they went with a lot of dead bodies in this. So Lahore and Amritsar stations, so they became almost deathbed when India was celebrating 15th Independence Day on 15th August. So on 17th August, when Radcliffe declared, so Brigadier Baristo, he writes that Jalandhar, which had proportionate strength of different communities, were piled up with dead bodies. So Baristo writes that Punjab Boundary Force, he writes in his book Memories of the British Raj that after intensive infantry and armored tank patrol, the situation came under control. So I forgot to. Came under control. the situation, after a lot of intensified patrol by infantry and armored, so he deployed tanks also, and then situation could come under some control. So violence, in fact, it intensified on 25 August when 22,000 non-Muslims were killed in the presence of district magistrate in Shekhpura. So many women, they jumped into the wells at the famous Namdhari Singh Gurdwara, which is in Shekhpura, to save their owners. So retaliation was seen in Ambala on 29 August, where train full of Muslim refugees was attacked by mob and about 1,000 were killed. So Punjab Boundary Force carried patrols in affected areas but did not expect such a big explosion of communal frenzy. Shortage of troops, intelligence and resources limited its impact. Punjab Boundary Force was thus disbanded on 31st August 1947 by both the countries. So PBF in fact managed the situation to some extent in towns and cities, but because it has limited resources and it was almost ineffective in the rural areas. In a few cases, the soldiers of the PBF were also seen influence, like the Baluch Regiment soldiers, they took favor of the, they favored when the violence was set against the non-Muslims. So, as the analysis of the Punjab Boundary Force, say 12 soldiers of the Punjab Boundary Force, they sacrificed their lives and 32 were injured. Lord Mountbatten, he stated that in the absence of Punjab Boundary Force, the violence in Punjab could have taken the worst form of destruction. So after the disbandment of Punjab Boundary Force, headquarters Eastern Punjab area and Lahore area were created, and Eastern Punjab area was brought under Brigadier K.S. Thimaiya, and Western Punjab area under Brigadier K.S. Thimaiya by then became the Major General. So Major General K.S. Thimaiya and Major General K, he became the area commander of Lahore. So the military evacuation organization was set up in September, on 1st September 1947. So after disbandment of Punjab Boundary Force with its headquarters at Lahore, and its advanced headquarters was opened. Its headquarters after that moved to Amritsar, and Lahore became the advanced headquarters. So responsibilities of law and order lied with the East Punjab area and the Lahore area. So MO was tasked to set up transit camps, collect refugees, ensure safe evacuation on foot, transport, train, and settle the refugees in relief camps in destination country. It was estimated, the MU estimated that 40 lakh refugees were to be evacuated from East Punjab, and 12 lakh had already been evacuated. So there were many challenges before the military evacuation organizations. So first, because middle camp and middle level camp than to the bigger camps. So,
Dr. Yadav, may I request you to hurry up?
Sir. So network of these liaison officers and the ex-servicemen helped a lot. So this was a plan of systematic evacuation. So on the way, so they set up the chowkis and camps, so where the MOU soldiers they were deployed, and the refugee columns moved at about 9 o'clock in the morning, and then it stopped at 4 o'clock, and then the food were provided to them and the rations, and then they provided the water in the military trucks. So the moving columns were well escorted. When crossing, so there was a problem when the columns used to cross the cities, so they were attacked by the mob and the miscreants. So they planned that they deployed these armored tanks. So in the big roads and the approaching paths, they were covered by the tanks, and the rooftops were covered by the infantry escorts, and that this is how that they passed the. So efforts were, they also made the efforts to accommodate the physically handicapped, pregnant women and the sick in their transport. So there was an issue that the columns were generally commanded by VCO level officers, Subedar level officers, but there was a issue that civil administration and so they did not give much credence to that. So they replaced this with the adequate level of seniority of the commissioned officer, and then the engineers made the valley bridges and repaired the damages bridges which were damaged due to floods. So made arrangements of special trains. So there is one book, Shunting the Nation. So it speaks that about 600 special trains were engaged to evacuate the refugees. So coming to the role of regiments, so I will take 2-3 minutes. So there were different regiments were employed. So one of them was 2nd Bihar, as sir mentioned. So 2nd Bihar, when it was escorting a refugee train from Mari Indus, so it was attacked by 2,500 Pathans. They were armed. So on 11th and on the night of 11th and 12th, between 11th and 12th January 1947. So it was a fierce attack, and the company of 2nd Bihar, which was escorting this, so they had about 61 soldiers. So they fought very well. They did not allow the miscreants or the mob to come near the train. And in this effort, 36 of their soldiers, they laid down their lives. So 4 of the Bihar soldiers, they were decorated with the army commendations, and Jamadar Shyam Bahadur Singh and Jamadar Shiv Pojan Singh, so he was awarded with the Kirti, they were awarded with the Kirti Chakra. So they rallied their men and motivated them to fight with the overwhelming strength. So this is the war diary of 2nd Bihar for the period January to March. It speaks about this event. In this, there is one, in this war diary, there is one demi-official letter from Colonel Ranjit Singh of the military evacuation organization. He says, yesterday I spent most of the day at Gujranwala with the survivors of the refugee train which was attacked at Gujarat on the night of 11th-12th January 1948. Your escort apparently held a crowd of about 2,000 Pathans at bay for 6 hours and did not allow a single refugee to be harmed. By 7:30 hours, they ran out of ammunition, and as no police or Pakistan military help was forthcoming, the train was attacked by mob. So far, I know 1,200 refugees survived. One and all of them were full of praise for the gallantry displayed by your men who sacrificed their lives for the noble cause. They fought bravely and did their duty well. We are proud of them. So this is what the war diary speaks.
Dr. Yadav, I'll request you to finish.
I'm summing up, sir. So, and there was one 3 Grenadiers Brigade which was bringing the refugees from Koha, so from West Punjab to East Punjab. So it was attacked at Koha. So in fact, the train was blocked by stones by a mob of hundreds. So the 3 Grenadiers soldiers, they came out of the train, they started removing the stones and the boulders, so they were attacked. So 26, so there was a fierce fight between the miscreants, between the mob and the third Grenadiers, and 26 soldiers of the 3rd Grenadier, they laid down their lives saving the refugees. 76, including the commanding officer, they were seriously injured. So this is how this 2nd Bihar Regiment also did very well, and they were awarded for their escorting the refugees. So in conclusion, as per the estimates, so 1.49 crore people displaced during partition, both in Bengal and Punjab. 73 lakhs entered India, while 72 lakhs Pakistan. So Indian Army did an excellent job in safe evacuation of refugees from west to east Punjab, and they evacuated about 30 lakhs of the people from west to east, that is Punjab. So they rescued countless lives and women from clutches of miscreants. So they built the military evacuation organization, the Indian Army, they built the moral and confidence of refugees in the system. So they managed the big camps like Kurukshetra, we said about 5 lakhs of the refugees. So the Indian Army was managing the camps for a number of months. So Army Order of 1948 records, this was the largest population migration in world in recent history. Army completed the task of evacuation of refugees from far-flung areas very quickly. This symbolizes the high efficiency, dedication, and immense loyalty of the Indian Army to the country.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Yadav. Colonel, may I request you to present your presentation? Thank you.
Jai Hind. Dignitaries both on and off stage, ladies, gentlemen, brother officers, scholars, both who are presently scholars and budding scholars who are sitting here. I have a very difficult task at my hand. Firstly, I am the last speaker of the last session of the day, that is one. And secondly, I have to sum up 264 years of the history of Bihar Regiment in 20 minutes. So that I will try, and I will live up to the expectations of the chair. There are very less known facts about the Bihar Regiment. So let me start. We adopted emblem of Ashoka lion even before Indian government did as a national symbol. War cry, our war cry, Bajrang Bali ki Jai, was given by Captain Khattak, who later on rose on to become Major General in Pakistan's army. First Indian commissioned officer of the regiment was same Captain Habibullah Khan Khattak, one Bihar. We are the only regiment, apart from Paras, who has got 3 Ashok Chakras. We are the only regiment in Indian Army who has got 3 Ashok Chakras and 3 Mahavir Chakras. So this and more I will try to talk about in next 19 minutes what I have. A brief history. Recruited during 18th century into Bengal Army. We are aware, adequate emphasis has been laid on this. Post First War for Independence in 1857, the recruitment was discontinued. I will dwell upon it more as we go along. 11 by 19 Hyderabad Regiment was embodied as one Bihar on 15th of September 1941. We have a connect with Hyderabad, we have a connect with Kumaon, and we have a connect with Danapur. We will dwell as we go along. Today we have 20 infantry battalions, 4 Rashtriya Rifles, and 2 TA battalions. We are affiliated to the largest flagship of Indian Army, INS Vikramaditya, since 2017. Karm Hi Dharm was talked about yesterday, and as I said, our war cry is Badrang Bali Ki Jai. So what I will do, I will cover I've divided these 268 years into 3 different heads. First, I will cover about 100 years, then I'll come down to about 90 years, and the last, I will cover from 1947 till date. Covering about the first part, the first 100 years. It has been discussed, All India Sepoy Battalion in 1757 by Lord Clive. Second Sepoy Battalion again was raised in 1757. First All Sepoy Bihar Sepoy Battalion was raised in 1758, primarily recruited from Bhojpur. So we have total of 18 Bihar battalions totally recruited from the region, what we are talking about in our seminar over past 2 days. 18 Bihar battalions was raised. What happened with them? We will discuss. They were initially named as per the names of the commanding captains and numbered in the order of the British Army. Then again some reorganization happened and they were named or renumbered as per the seniority of their captains or their commanding officers, what they are known as. Barakpur incident, it happened in 1824. This is normally known as the first war of independence, even before 1857, when one of the Sepoy battalion, a Bengal native infantry battalion, refused to embark and move for the first Anglo-Burma war. So this is the first slide of the first 8 battalions who were raised totally from Bihar. There were 18 of them. And as you see, out of them, you see how many of them mutinied, or rather they went for against the British rule in 1857. Second, 4th, 5th, 6th, serial number I'm talking about. 6th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 13th, and 16th, and 18th. So out of 18 all Sepoy Bihar battalions, 11 of the Bihar battalions took part in First War of Independence. Not that the others did not do, others were also there, but there was some part of it which took part. Now as we come on to the second phase, out of 74 Bengal battalions which were there, only 11 survived the War of Independence. Only 11. And there were no, out of this was related to Bihar. The recruitment was stopped. There was not a single battalion which survived 1857 War of Independence. All the battalions which were recruited from Bihar I am talking about, only 11 survived out of 74. The title in 1862, when the reorganization happened, is as flashed. Title in 1929 was again when the reorganization happened, is flashed. And the title post 1947, what we know today, how these battalions have or regiments have evolved, is as flashed. 31 Bengal Native Infantry, serial number 2 is 4 Guards today. Serial 4 is Rajput. Serial 6 is Jat. Serial 7 is Paras. Serial 8 again is Rajput. Serial 9 is Gurkhas. Serial 10 is Jat. And serial 11 is again Rajput. This, I will talk about the second part of my discussion, that is about the 90 years. This was one of, we had a discussion on this in the 4th session today, Chota Nagpur mounted rifles. As part of the auxiliary force, they were raised, but what I want to highlight here is the formation sign. If you see on the left-hand side, that was the emblem of Chota Nagpur Mounted Rifles, and on the right-hand side is the formation side of MB area, what we wear as our formation side. So you see the similarity between Chota Nagpur Mounted Rifles emblem and what we wear as our formation sign today. This was very small unit, and of course it was totally manned by Europeans, Anglo-Indians and Parsis, and it survived until independence. That was the 15th of August 1947, it was disbanded. Related to this is Bihar Light Horse. Its shoulder title is as flashed. Again, a lot of similarity with shoulder title of ours, what we wear as Bihar Regiment. Reorganized into the Bihar Light Horse, initially it was raised as Suba Bihar Mounted Rifle Volunteer Corps. Mind you, all these were volunteers. Reorganized into the Bihar Light Horse on 29th of February 1884, again disbanded on independence of our country. It's the slogan, Ek haath par zin, ek haath par ras, kaun haath par kirch, Bihar Light Horse. So this is of that time. This is a newspaper cutting of Civil and Military Gazette Lahore, Saturday 14th of June 1941, and it talks about raising of 1st Bihar Battalion. The announcement made by the Commander-in-Chief yesterday that he has decided to form a regiment to be named as the Bihar Regiment as part of the regular Army of India has been well received in Bihar. The decision made in conjunction with the scheme for converting Indian Territorial Force battalions into regular unit has made it possible for the existing ITF, that is 11 by 19 Hyderabad, which was converted to 1 Bihar. Now the raising of Bihar Regiment, as I said initially, I will take some time here, 2 minutes here. We have connect with Hyderabad, we have connect with Danapur, we have connect with Kumaon, and that's how our 1st Bihar Battalion was raised. Hyderabad Connect, why it was 11 by 19 Hyderabad Regiment only was converted to Bihar? Because the British resident was there, Major Russell, was there in the court of Nizam of Hyderabad. He had raised his 2 battalions on his own. They were not a regular part of the Nizam's infantry, but he had raised it as part of his own. He was British resident in the court of Nizam of Hyderabad. The 2 battalions he had raised, 94th Infantry and 95th Russell Infantry, again almost 75% recruited from Bihar and Eastern UP. Danapur Connect, what happened in 1922, as we have seen previously, there was some reorganization of the regiments. Each regiment was allowed to form 10 battalions. The 11th battalion was raised as territorial force for each regiment. The 10th battalion was tasked to be renamed or function as the training unit for the respective regiment. Kumaon, the 1st Kumaon Rifles was raised at Ranikhat in 1917 as part of 39th Garhwal Rifles. But what happened, the moment the First World War finished, they were nowhere. So in 1922-23, they were allotted to the 19th Hyderabad Regiment. So that's why we have that Kumaon Connect also. The ITF, the Indian Task Force, the Indian Territorial Force of Hyderabad Regiment was stationed at Danapur. If you see, this was in 1922, much before the 1st Bihar Battalion was raised. So today we are sitting at Danapur, our regimental center, our alma mater, but this, we had in 1922-23 only, this 11 by 19 Hyderabad Regiment had 2 companies based at Danapur. At the outbreak of hostilities for Second World War, the 11th by 19 Hyderabad Regiment was embodied and it was mobilized in 1939. 31 March 1940 was embodied to full strength, and on 15 September 1941, 1st Bihar Battalion was raised. Now this is Haka and Donga, the famous battles in Burma, which 1 Bihar participated, and you see the number of awards which the battalion won. in these campaigns. The battle honors with one Bihar. On the right side, the picture what you can see is the diary of a captured Japanese officer which one Bihar had captured during the Battle of Haka. A continuing saga of valor and sacrifices. There was a discussion on this in the previous session, in which it was, I believe the chair had made a comment that army officers, they talk about valor and sacrifices, and the military historians, they have a different connect with the military history. I agree, fully agree. Men in uniform, they relate to valor and sacrifice. This is what we connect with. So valor and sacrifice is the tangible thing for us. A military historian might have a different take on military history, but whenever a person in uniform will speak, he will speak about valor and sacrifices. So this is the history, or this is the raising of our battalions. As I said initially, we have 20 battalions, 4 Rashtriya Rifles, 2 territorial battalions. You see the connect with Danapur. Initially, when I flashed the slides of Bengal native infantry, those 18 battalions, you see how many of them were raised at Danapur, and you see now these battalions, 20 regular, 4 RR, how much Danapur has been in our blood. Of Vijay, I will just go over some of the campaigns, what our battalions have participated. There is no time, but I will just run over the campaigns. Before this, 1947, to Bihar, participation in the MOU organization has been discussed by my predecessor, by the previous speaker on this. After that, in 1961, this was also off Vijay. This was the liberation of Goa in 1961, in which to Bihar participated. And as part of 63 Infantry Brigade, what you see down below is a Portuguese flag. It is, of course, inverted, and it is today in the officer mess of to Bihar. You can see it. This is the instrument of surrender, what the Portuguese general signed, and he named it for that time OC of to Bihar, Lieutenant Colonel K.S. Chota. This was in East Pakistan. That is December 1971, Akhoda, where we are sitting right now. So this was a battle honor which was won by 10 Bihar. You see the awards, Lieutenant Colonel P.C. Sani, their CO at that time, he won a Veer Chakra. There were 3 Veer Chakras, 2 Sena medals, 2 mentioned in dispatches, and killed in action and wounded of the battalion are as flashed. Capture of Vanjan, this was in December of 1971. This was another of our battalion, 3 Bihar. Who can forget this? This documentary we have seen yesterday morning before the session started. So this was the famous of Vijay, July 99, 1 Bihar, as flashed on the slide. There were 4 Veer Chakras, 1 YSF, 7 Sena Medal gallantries, 6 mentioned in dispatches, 1 CS appreciation, and 9 GOC in C appreciations. Major Sarvanan, who can forget? This is recent, fresh in all of our memories. Of Snow Leopard, 16 Bihar, seen in 2020. You see the appreciation, the awards won by the battalion. COS, Certificate of Unit Appreciation, 1, GOC in C, Mahavir Chakra 1, Veer Chakra 2, Sena Medal 15, mentioned in dispatches 1, COS Commendation Card 3, GOC in C, Northern Command Commendation Card 5. So this is valor, what I talked about, and sacrifices are below. The name of the officers and men who gave lives. So this is again valor, and result of that valor and sacrifices, what we as Bihar Regiment have achieved in past 75 years. We have 3 Ashok Chakras, Lieutenant Colonel God, Lieutenant Colonel Rana, Major Sandeep Unikrishnan, all posthumous. We have 3 Mahavir Chakras, Lieutenant General Garaya, Captain J.S. Suri, posthumous, and Colonel B. Santosh Babu, posthumous. This is the last slide of my presentation. What we discussed today, though the theme of the seminar is more related to Bihar and Chotta Nagpur, but as we go along, as we you can say, develop ourselves, as we modernize ourselves, the new social realities emerge. So these are the catchment areas. Today we are not restricted only to Bihar and Jharkhand. This is what our troops come from. These states are as flashed. Primarily, still about all ex-servicemen and serving, we still have about 75% ex-servicemen who belong to this region, what we are discussing over past 2 days. But balance 25% are as spread over in these different states. I have finished, but before I take leave, I just want to discuss as a continuation of the previous session. Now you see, Ranjit Singh died in 1839, and Anglo-Sikh wars, they happened in 1845 to 1849. 2 Anglo-Sikh wars happened. I still have time, sir, I think 2 minutes. Treaty of Lahore was signed in 1846. Now there were 7 Bengal native infantry battalions which participated in these 2 Anglo-Sikh wars. There was 6 Bengal native infantry, there was 11, there was 15, there was 16, there was 21, and there was 69. So these battalions participated along with British against the Sikhs in these 2 Anglo-Sikh wars. What happened in 1857, if you see from 1849 to 1957, how many years? To 1857, sorry, that are 8 years. Within 8 years, things changed so differently that in the siege of Ara, what we discussed in the session 3, in the siege of Ara, which happened from 27th of July to 3rd of August 1857, 8 days, 3 battalions of Bengal native infantry who were stationed at Danapur at that time, that was 7th, 8th, and 40th. They participated in this siege against the Britishers. And who was at the siege? And there were 18 civilians, and this is interesting, and 15 members of Bengal military police, all Sikhs. They held these 3 battalions plus 8,000 troops of Babu Kumar Singh for 8 days. 18 civilians and 15 soldiers of Bengal Bengal military police, which later on are already in the process of becoming the Ratri Sikhs of that time. So you see those 8 years, how things changed. Bengal native infantry participated along. They collaborated with British against the Sikhs, and within 8 years, the situation was totally different. So this, I thought I will make a mention of it, and I finished, and I would love to take any questions, if any.
Thank you. Thank you to all the 3 speakers. You have covered your topics very well. Mr. Biswas took us through the journey of establishment of Danapur Cantonment, starting initially with the English factories, the camping grounds, and thereafter his detailed knowledge of the layout of the cantonment and its correlation today with what lies today in Patna town was very interesting. Dr. Yadav has covered the aspects of the partition and the involvement of the Indian Army in safeguarding the refugees. One thing which clearly comes out of what was the fallout of the partition which got announced is that neither the British nor the civil administration or the police forces were even having a whiff of what is going to unfold. And as a result of which, they took initially ad hoc steps, the Punjab Boundary Force, which did do a good job initially, but its impact was only limited to cities and built-up areas. A lot of massacre, a lot of people lost lives in the rural areas who could never be reached to safety. Consequent to that, the establishment of the military evacuation organization and the involvement of the battalions of the Indian Army and the two separate headquarters getting created for East Punjab and West Punjab did give some succor to the migrating population. The Colonel Hundal has covered with a lot of justice, though in a very short time, about the history of the Bihar Regiment. He has brought out a very interesting comparison of how the Bengal Native Army, when got disbanded, reformed, and then how it continues to be, the units still continue to be in some form or the other in our regular army. Also, interestingly, in short, he has brought out the valor and sacrifice of the regiment, and in that, in essence, the warriors of the Bihar and Chotta Nagpur plateau, from where we have most of our troops coming. Before we turn on to the question answer session, just a small departure. I will request General Abhay Krishna. Most of us will be aware that during the 6th Bihar Times Conclave at Patna, he had been invited to speak on a similar topic that is to do with the courage and chivalry of the Bihar Regiment. May I, sir, request you to just share in short, in about 2 to 3 minutes, sorry, curtailing your time being a senior general officer that you are, but it will be interesting for the people to know of that. Thank you.
Two to 3 minutes is very stressful for me, but I will not make it very obvious. Now, one thing which is going on in my mind is that what actually makes us voluntarily sacrifice ourselves, not caring about your family, about your children, and you are ready to take risk. What is that? And I'll give you one personal example. In 1999, when Kargil war had started off, my battalion, I was a commanding officer at that time, and my battalion was moved overnight to a place called Lolab Valley, Kupwara. It was very dangerous place, absolutely dangerous, infested with the terrorists. And we were inducted in that, and we were told to clear it off. So every third day we used to have an encounter. So in one of the encounters which took place during the daytime, I was the commanding officer. I was informed that such and such place the encounter is taking place, and it was actually taking place in the village. So terrorists were hiding in some house, and from the top they were firing. So I also rushed as a CO. And by the time I reached, the firing had stopped. So I thought the encounter is over. Like a hero, I got down from the vehicle. I just ran and I climbed a bandh on the top, and I said, "Kahan se fire aa raha hai? Batao." Now, and I was looking. There was one Havaldar who was standing just about 10-15 feet away from me. Suddenly he ran and he pushed me down that bandh. And the moment I fell in that bandh, a little away from me where I was standing, a grenade landed and exploded. I just got one splinter, that's all. But that fellow got 9 splinters, that Havaldar. And then, of course, we opened fire and we killed that guy from the window from where he had thrown. But when I saw that Havaldar lying with injury and bleeding, I saw him smiling. And you know, I mean, what does this reflect? It reflects that his priority was not himself, his priority was his boss. His priority was to save me. So what does this reflect? This reflects that in the armed forces, every individual is blessed with collective ego, not individual ego. Because here, outside the armed forces, it is individual ego. That me, I am the one. But in the armed forces, it is collective ego, we. So we are ready to sacrifice ourselves for each other. That is more of a priority for us than anything else. And this is just one example to quote. So that is what actually keeps the entire armed forces together. And how does this build? This builds because the armed forces people are made to feel very different, very special. So that is why my request has always been that don't touch, don't fiddle with the traditions and the cultures and the ethos that is followed in the armed forces. Let the institutions continue, let them follow the traditions, because that makes every individual feel very different. And when that individual feels different, then his self-esteem and self-ego is at a much higher plane, and that becomes the priority, not his individual self. But unfortunately, a lot of our traditions are being said as legacy of the Britishers, legacy of the Britishers. But it is not so. It is just to make you feel different from the rest. And once you feel very different from the rest, you are ready to take any risk to sustain that feeling. And let me tell you, I'll end with just one sentence, that the armed forces, officers ho, jawan ho, JCOs ho, they are all blessed with numerous skills and talents and experience in life when they retire. But unfortunately, the focus of the government is not directed to utilize them for the benefit of the society. And that is actually a focus needs to be given to utilize this talent in multi-domain. I can mention number of domains that they are experienced with. But unfortunately, they are only seen as the security. But they do not know that how they manage things, how they handle things, from technical to the administrative, to HR, everything. But unfortunately, after they retire, they slowly they pass away and they disappear. That is a very big, major weakness that is prevailing. And somehow, the higher-ups have to think about it. And that will also keep the bonhomie, the togetherness, and the sense of commitment alive and strong as ever. So that is all I thought I'll just share with people here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back on the subject. And now we are open for questions. You may please ask your questions if there are any.
Hello, I'm audible. Yeah. Hi, my name is Anurag. I'm a budding scholar, research scholar in the field of folklore and cultural studies. So I wanted to know, is there any folklore, tales, idioms or rituals related to military occupations? This is my first question. And my second question is, what are the recent major developments in heritage and cultural scenario of military, and what are the major challenges also in developing the heritage and culture of military expeditions and occupations? Yeah, that's it.
For the first part, is Dr. Pathak here, because yesterday evening we were discussing. Yes, so I'll request you to say a few words and share your views on the
folklore which is related to the military.
Hello. Yeah, that's a very interesting subject, and Colonel Bose is also there, and we've been discussing on this for the past 2 days. India has a very strong tradition of folklore related to military aspects, because you must remember that all our soldiers who were coming, even today, they are coming from the rural heartland of India. And in ancient times, when there were no military training academies, no specific areas where you could train them, though Mughals had created some small pockets which were there, but traditionally the man who went in for the service of arms got his motivation, got his understanding of warfare, and his desire to go into battle from the culture and background that he came from. And all this was built into the child when he was a small child, listening to these folk renditions. And when by the time he had become 15, 16 years of age, he had imbibed those folk renditions and their stories, and he was ready to become a citizen soldier. So in my folk past study, which we have covered the Ala Udal Bard rendition, which was sung from Bihar up to Haryana and most of Rajasthan. So if you see that folk rendition, it is mainly mythical. Origins are on factual history, but subsequently it is a mythical rendition of 52 different stories. It's pure warfare. If a child imbibes those ideas from childhood, by the time he is adult, he is actually a warrior. And one of the famous lines in it is कि जो ये बाकी जानवर जो है वो लंबी उम्र होती है, कुत्ते की इतनी होती है, क्षत्रिय की उम्र सिर्फ 30 साल होती है. तो ऐसे आइडियाज जब उसके दिमाग में इम्बाइब किए जाते हैं, और उसके बाद फिर वॉरफेयर का डिस्क्रिप्शन कि तलवारें चल रही हैं, सर कट गए हैं पर हाथ से तलवारें चलाए जा रहे हैं, गिर नहीं रहे हैं, वापस नहीं हट रहे हैं, लड़े चले जा रहे हैं. तो ऐसे जो फोक रेंडिशंस जब बच्चा सुनता था तो उसकी पर्सनैलिटी पूरी एक सोल्जर की बन जाती थी. उसका जो फियर है ऑफ वॉर एंड जो साइकोसिस इन सीइंग गन फायर एंड ब्लड, वो खत्म हो चुकी थी, एंड ही हैड बिकम अ हार्डन सोल्जर. And this soldierly tradition was there in large parts of India, and sadly this is going down with the transition that is happening. And Colonel Bose, when we were discussing about a folk rendition which is purely of the region which gets a large part of recruitment into the Bihar, and that is the area just west of this region linked to the Jainiya Rajput tradition, which actually not just Rajput but the other communities there also would be following those traditions, as in Ala. Ala says that Sato Jatiyan kare talwar. So it was not confined to a small group of people. The general population was armed and they could go and fight in battle. So similarly, the folk renditions here talk of people who have gone and into service as infantrymen for many Rajput states around and as far as Delhi to operate under the Mughal military formations. So these renditions were there and they played an important part, and they have played all these for more than 1,000 years an important part in creating a strong military tradition of India. And in that aspect, two things are very important if you read Ala. First thing is the ethos of the soldier. So the Kshatriya honor, कि तरिया को हाथ ना लगाए, भागते पे तलवार ना उठाए. So the Geneva Convention was not needed to be taught to our Indian soldier. When he became a soldier, he learnt it from his village what it should be, his soldier honor, because if he is not following the honor, उसका तिरस्कार कर देंगे वहाँ से, ये तो इसने ये किया था. तो he is an honorable soldier. Second is pluralism. So if you read Ala and all these renditions, वो कहता है राजा कि अगर हिंदू सिपाही मरे तो उसकी अस्थियां गंगा में बहाओ, और मुस्लिम सिपाही मरे तो पक्की कब्र बनवाओ. तो you know, the incorporation of all different population groups into them, giving them equal justice, equal respect, and creating good soldiers and that is why when Indian army soldiers are compared to soldiers of most countries, including Africa, Latin America, you see the way they operate, especially even the American army, you see how their thinking is when it enters enemy territory. Indian soldier never does it. That's why we make the best UN soldiers, and that's why in all wars our soldiers have behaved perfectly because of the ethos of this folk rendition.
Thank you, Doctor. The second part of Anurag's question was dealing with how do we continue to keep alive the heritage that we have of the military.
Colonel, I'll request you to take that.
Regarding as far as military heritage and culture is concerned, I don't know whether you have visited outside the exhibition which is there. So if you go there, as I mentioned about 264 years, at least about Bihar Regiment, you see about 264 years of military history and culture is exhibited there. So that is how we preserve our military history and culture. As far as institutionalized arrangements are concerned, our think tanks, like yesterday DG USI brought out, we have a series of military literature festivals. There are 2 of them already held, a series of them. I have attended one of them last year. There is a military literature festivals which are held in Chandigarh. I have attended 2 of them. So this is as far as I am aware. But there are institutionalized arrangements, and today at the concluding part of this ceremony, as part of this institutionalized arrangement, Bihar Regiment is signing a memorandum of understanding with USI to preserve this military heritage and culture. So there are institutionalized efforts for this.
Yes.
Thank you all the panelists for enlightening us. My name is Dr. Kamna Tiwari and I'm presently a faculty in Amity University, Patna. So my question is very generic, addressed to everyone, but I thought about it after Dr. Naren's presentation, especially like partition, migration of people and the effort that army put into it. So I wanted to know what are the challenges of, so there's a lot of oral history that already exists or the generational transfer of stories, but at the same time as we also continued the discussion from the last session where there is a difference between story telling from the military side and the storytelling from the civilian side. So I just wanted to know how do you tread this path? I'm sure you also hear the civilian side of story, like limitations, a lot of tragedies, despite whatever mechanism was present to protect them. As a historian, how do you tread this path? And it's addressed to everyone in the panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your question. As Professor Kaushik Roy pointed out that when a military officer writes, so there is guts and glory story, and when a civilian writes, a scholar, an academic writes, so he writes from critical point of view. So, so I am, as far as I personally think, so I am between these two. So as per my opinion, when a civilian writes, so he does not have, he does not have the sense of military, like their ethos. So it is only the military person who has been in the service, so he knows the nuances of that system. So until unless the person has been in the military system, so it is very difficult to understand. So I think the military officer or the person who has been in the military, if he gets the academic qualification, if he is trained academically, so he can bridge this gap. So this is what I think.
The leaders of the military do not look at the leadership as a power, but they look at it as a sense of responsibility. So that is the very big difference of understanding.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions, please?
Jai Hind, sir. I am Khushi Bharti. My question is, what is the relation of Bihar Regiment with Danapur Cantonment?
I just presented in 20 minutes our connect with the Danapur. Danapur, Biswas sir brought out 1757, the oldest cantonment. So when the 1757, 1758, the first all Bihar native infantry was raised within 1 year of Danapur coming up. So from till 1757 Danapur and 1758 Bihar Regiment till today is what are connect with the Danapur.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. First of all, my name is Harshit Kashyap. I am from APS Danapur. And my question is, what was the major impact area of Operation Snow Leopard? And why was its name selected as Operation Snow Leopard only? Like, was it anyhow connected to the operation that was followed, or like, thank you.
I'm afraid that is outside the ambit of the discussion, and we'll pass this question, please.
But since your curiosity is why it is named as snow leopard, whenever the army or any organization which is dealing with these things gives a nickname to an operation, it is usually related to, firstly, maybe the kind of operation, the area in which it is operating, or even to some tradition of the units which are participating or formations which are participating. So there is no set trend as to why it is called snow leopard. Snow leopard, these operations were conducted in the higher heights along the northern borders. And obviously the one surviving fierce animal which lives there, which always makes sure that it wins what it has to, is a snow leopard. Perhaps that might have been one of the reasons. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, sir. My name is Mohammad Ayatul Islam, and I'm currently studying in 9th standard. I just gave my last exam, and I study in DAV Public School. My question for you is, how is the life at NDA? How cadets train themselves to be such fearless warriors?
Okay. You are aware what is NDA is a National Defense Academy?
Yes, sir.
When young boys and now girls also, when they join the NDA, they are fairly young, have not seen much of the world, but what is driving them is their desire to join the forces. And along with that is a patriotic feeling. When a boy or a girl joins the National Defense Academy, they are coming out of the safe, secure environments of their families where they have lived. And here they are put through a system which is tough, which makes them think differently, which gives them physical abilities over a period of 3 to 4 years that they train there. And one of the important things which they learn there, which makes them very different, is that whatever they do there, they do it as a group. So there is a sense of loyalty to the group. There is a sense of commitment to their comrades, their other brother cadets and sister cadets. And the rigmarole or the routine through which they go makes them go through certain hardships which are not limited to just physical. It is also mental hardness, mental toughness which they go through. At the end of their training, when they come out and finally pass out, which you would have seen many times on televisions and social media, they are very fit, they are committed, they are focused, and that is why they are different. And the most important thing which makes them good soldiers is the disciplined life which they lead. And therefore they are different. I hope that now that you have finished the 9th, and when you finish your 12th, you join the NDA. All the best to you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Hello, all the dignitaries. I have a questions regarding the Colonel Tejinder presentations. So he shows actually, and they highlighted the the glorious history, as well as also the I'm to say that the gallantry that we have seen in the case of the Bihar Regiment achievements over the last 300 years. But what actually I'm wanted to ask you that in the exhibitions also there are some war antiquities are there. So each, like, there is a possibility to create a specific military museum, maybe whether it is maybe in this premises or somewhere else in Patna, that can actually highlight all the informations, war antiquities, the brave stories that connected to the Danapur, or maybe particularly the Indian military, the stories that can actually enlighten a lot of the civilians, actually also the defense forces. So is there any proposal or possibilities to create a museum? Thank you.
Thanks, Tosa. I will answer from the Bihar Regiment perspective, but for the wider perspective or the wider canvas, I will request either Dr. Archana Tyagi to answer or maybe DG USI. As far as Bihar Regiment is concerned, what you saw in exhibition is just 10% what we have. Our museum is right now under renovation, and it will be on road maybe about maybe a month or 2 months. But then you please come and you have a look at it. So whatever you have just said, everything is there.
Okay, thank you.
So that is as far as the Bihar Regiment is concerned. As far as wider pan-Indian army is concerned, I will request if Dr. Tyagi can answer, please.
Thank you, Colonel Tejinder.
Well, good afternoon, sir. USI, I come from the Center for Military History and Conflict Studies of USI. And yes, we have been working consistently for quite some time to ensure that the museums, in fact, all our regiments, all our formations, they have huge collection of history and heritage which needs to be showcased, and there is a very important requirement that we bridge this gap between the public and the defense personnel. Because one, we need to actually take pride and restore and preserve our heritage. And second, it is important to create an understanding and a bridge where we understand what is the perspective of a defense personnel, how they have grown, what is the armed forces, be it Army, Navy, Air Force, what they have grown. So we at Center for Military History, what we do is that we conduct, we have a military museum association under which we try and guide a lot of the museums who are there, who have joined the association, and we conduct regular annual programs in which we train the personnel of how to upkeep, how to showcase, how to preserve their records. Then we do digitization, we give them regular trainings. As far as, creating one place for the museums, of course, if a proposal or a request comes, we can do that. However, I still feel that rather than making it at one place, let's incorporate it at every place, because military is not just separate thing. It needs to be a part of the other things. So when you're going to Patna Museum also, identify what is there in the history, and that is the part, that is how the culture and society is woven. It is interwoven. So I would suggest that that is a better way of doing. However, if there is some requirement and we can put them and highlight them in a way that it can be showcased in a better way, of course we'd love to do that. But we'll require such proposals, requests actually, not proposals. Yeah.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Maybe one last question if there is. We are short of time, so yes, madam, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. While we were talking about independence, the shift of army, over a night, the whole mental focus of the army shifted, where the military was initially protecting the British Empire. And after post-independence, the focus was they were standing and protecting the civil, the population of the country. So what mentally, how that shift came to them, and that motivation, or suddenly that shift, it was a big shift where you're protecting the government and the next morning you wake up and you're protecting the people.
You are referring to perhaps the period when the partition happened and we got independence from British, we became an Indian army.
Yes.
But I'll tell you that it is not so only for that period. It is so true for the army even today. And it is because of a couple of strong traits and characteristics which the army has. Firstly is the flexibility, both of action and thought. It is right at the leadership level and at the execution level. So you would be doing one task today and tomorrow you are told to do something entirely different, maybe the opposite of it. As it had happened perhaps during Oppa 1 to some extent. Second thing is the years of training and the discipline in the force. Not everybody questions why, and rightly so. Because we are a disciplined army, we are required to do a task which is assigned to us, and we do it to the best of our ability. The last thing which I will credit to such a quick change of focus and shift is the aspect of adaptability. We can adapt to any and every form of task and responsibility. The Indian Army did not operate for very long in such large numbers in UN peacekeeping operations, which have taken an entirely different dimension today. But then the units are tasked, they get deployed, and for your information, there also, they are the best in their task. So I think these are the few attributes of the army which are core to its being. And that is why we are the first responders to any situation and ready to take on any task. Thank you.
Hello, sir. Sir, I have one last question.
Okay, this is the last one. Thank you.
Sir, my name is Mohit Gupta and I am a student of MIT School of Civil Services. Sir, my question to you is, how does military collaborate with civil administration during a health crisis like COVID?
Thank you, Mohit, for your question. You have obviously lived through the COVID period. And it is not just COVID. If you look back, before our NDRF forces were raised and equipped and trained, even today in most places, whenever there is a natural calamity or a man-made calamity which happens, who is the first responder? It is the Indian Army, the defense forces which are co-located to those areas which respond. Now how does that happen? Because firstly, there is a tasking, there is a responsibility which is officially given to the Indian Army to be there available to support the civil administration whenever such crises arise. And therefore, given the history of the army and its performance in such tasks, it is the first and foremost choice of even the civil administration, even when they have capacity of the police or other resources. Now this is not just limited to happen in the manner that it has happened and we have reacted. Like any other task, the army prepares for it. There are resources which are allocated. We have standard operating procedures for such things. And they get kick-started and we react and we respond. That is the first thing. As far as COVID goes, it was a pandemic which was of unseen proportions. Obviously, which was very evident was that the entire health system, the civil administration, everything initially at least came to a grinding halt. The Indian Army, as always, though we never trained per se to deal with COVID, but we have dealt with similar health situations earlier. And you'll recollect that the doors of the military hospitals were opened all over the country to even take civilian people who were suffering from COVID. So I would say that it is a process which is developed over a period of time in close conjunction with the civil administration, as also our own sense of commitment to the task assigned, which I was mentioning earlier. I hope that answers your question. Thank you. And with that, I think we will end the questions here. We are slightly over time. Thank you very much to the panelists, and thank you for the audience for being so participative.
Thank you, sirs. May I request Major General Vikas Bharadwaj, VSM, GOC Jharkhand and Bihar sub-area to the stage to felicitate our esteemed panelists, please. I request General Bharadwaj and our panelists for a group photograph, please. Thank you so much.
Thing happened. I was moving out and I saw two individuals who were wearing the ex-serviceman cap. And for those who are not in uniform, जो हमारे जो ex-servicemen होते हैं, we take a lot of pride in meeting them, in getting to know them, because हम ये मानते हैं कि जो आज हम हैं और जो हमारी फौज है, वो धरोहर है उन ex-servicemen की हमको दी हुई. So I see this individual and I walk up to them and I meet them. One of course was from our regiment and the another one was from the Navy. He is a petty officer, Ashok Kumar, retired. And then I asked him, I said कि आप क्या है, तो he is carrying a bag. And I said ये bag लेकर के आप यहाँ पर मतलब क्या लेकर के आ रहे हैं? You know what he does is that he takes out a booklet which this veteran of Navy, he has written on his father, and the father happens to be, he retired as Subedar Major Honorary Captain Ramdhari Kumar Yadav from 2 Bihar. The 2 Bihar was the same unit on which we talked about, which did a great effort, and it struck me like what General Abhay Krishna had told, that collective ego or collective pride. I took so much of pride in seeing that he has written that book on his father. This individual doesn't have much of the scholarly knowledge. He may not be a good writer at all. But after retiring, since he had so much pride in achievement of his father, who became a recruit, and he went to Bihar on its raising in the year 1942, and then he went on to become a Subedar Major Honorary Captain, which any Jawan can reach the maximum level. So that is where he rose, and he wrote a book. So I thought that since he has written that book on his father with so much of pride and so much of affection, why not give him an opportunity to present that book? It is a very small book of 79 pages. Why not allow him to present that book to the Colonel of the regiment? So what I'll request you, sir, is to kindly come on the stage and साहब आप आइए और अपनी किताब यहाँ पर present कीजिए.
To the question which got spoken, just a minute, 30 seconds please, not 30, 20 seconds, about valor, courage, and why there is so much of obsession by the army onto these things. This is a true example for you. He is 4th generation. So please add in that list loyalty as well as tradition. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the conclusion of this enriching seminar on military heritage and culture of both the region, it is indeed a moment of reflection and gratitude. Over the past 2 days, we have had the privilege of engaging in 5 fruitful discussions that have deepened our understanding of this significant subject. We extend our heartfelt thanks to all the eminent chairs and panelists who have joined us from across the nation. Your valuable insights and perspectives have truly enriched all the sessions, allowing us to delve into the historical, cultural, and strategic aspect of military heritage of both the regions. It has been a remarkable learning experience for all of us sitting here in this auditorium for the last 2 days, and we are grateful for the opportunity to explore this very important subject in such a great detail. Now, to summarize the whole event and for key takeaways from last 5 sessions, may I request Colonel TPS Hundal, Visist Seva Medal PhD, to please come on the dais.
Thanks, Aditya. Very, sirs and ladies, I know we are eating into the lunch time, but next about 5 minutes, I'll just summarize what we have gone through these past 2 days. You see, this is the main banner of the theme, the military heritage and culture of Bihar and Chotta Nagpur. So during these past 2 days, spread over 5 different sessions, 3 sub-sessions in each session, we have tried to delineate this military heritage and culture of both Bihar and Chotta Nagpur. These are the catchment areas of our regiment. Our 74.93% of ESM and serving personnel belong to this region. As far as the conduct of the seminar is concerned, we conceptualized this initiative sometime in September last year. Then started, collaborated, interacted with USI, and USI was kind enough to come on board for this one of its kind initiative. Identification of themes was the next logical step, in which Colonel Bose, who's here, I'll be failing in my duty if I don't mention his contribution in this. He was very kind enough to help us curate the themes. Then the sync of speakers with identified themes, that was next what we did. Conduct, you have of course witnessed over past 2 days, and the logistics, which are not seen here, but are equally important, working at the back end. Now these were the 5 different themes and the sub-themes as we have discussed over past 2 days. So starting from early state formation in the Middle Ganges plan, which Dr. Azad covered for us yesterday, to the last portion, what I covered today, the Bihar Regiment, you see the canvas of this initiative. So starting from the state formation to the Bihar Regiment formation, we have covered this distance of more than 2,000 years in over these 2 days. It would not have been possible without the active support of all the participants. Now, along with this was an exhibition which is curated, specifically curated for this theme. As we go outside, you see there are 4 different agencies who have established their exhibition. As far as theme 1 is concerned, we had these 3 agencies who collaborated with us for establishment of their respective artifacts. For session 2 also, for session 3 also. As far as session 4 and 5 is concerned, and partly answering the question of Tosa, what he asked, our Maurya Museum was also a party to the establishment of this exhibition. This 2-day initiative has many firsts. Some of them are, as mentioned, first of its kind, in collaboration being organized in collaboration with USI. We will be signing MOU shortly. Involvement of academia. 80% of our speakers over these 5 different sessions spread over those 2 days, they belong to academia. And this academia is very important as far as the theoretical construct is concerned. So over the past 2 days, if you see, the way these the academia belonging to different universities have brought up important points which we, men in uniform, I'm sure, at least I can talk about myself, I have heard for the first time. Collaboration with Bihar State Archives, Khudabaksh Oriental Library and Patna Petter Archives was first of its kind in this part of the country. Danapur exhibition. Now all these 4 different agencies, they have their established museums. But it was first of its kind initiative in which all 4 of us, including Bihar Regimental Center, upstick our artifacts and got them together and curated an exhibition here. Key takeaways, my last slide, inspiration and motivation, that I need not deliberate further. We have seen the inspiration and motivation, what we have been able to achieve. As far as the questions from the students are concerned, we have been able to engender the rich military heritage and culture of the region. Engagement with young minds, the future of our country, that is a major takeaway for this initiative. Institutionalized collaborations. As part of this deliberations of the past 2 days, we have been able to institutionalize our collaborations, like Bihar Regimental Center, as I mentioned, with United Service Institution of India, and United Service Institution of India with Amity University. We'll be doing that event after this. Exhibit displays away from established museums. You see the logistics which are involved in this, so that part was very well taken by our partners in this initiative. Conduct of seminar and exhibition at Danapur, first of its kind. As I said, we have been able to achieve new insights and practical applications as a key takeaway from this seminar. Access to resources. I can talk about myself. I've been able to establish contacts with the academia and the number of resources which are available for research. Frankly, I was not aware, which I came to know over these past 2 days. So this has been an excellent initiative between all the agencies which are concerned, and I thank you for that. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, Colonel Hundal has mentioned about this great regiment, which was raised in 1941, one of the oldest regiment of Indian Army, known for its indomitable courage, unyielding spirit, and its glorious history. The regiment has always stood tall in the defense of our great nation. Since raising in 1941, the regiment has participated in numerous military campaigns from World War II to 1999 Kargil War, and the latest during 2020, the Galwan clash. The regiment has been honored with 3 Mahavir Chakra, 3 Ashok Chakras, 13 Kirti Chakras, 47 Shaurya Chakras, 192 Sena Medal, and 40 mentioned in dispatch.
The United Service Institution of India, founded in 1870, is India's premier national security and defense services think tank. Its aim is the furtherance of interest and knowledge in the art, science, and literature of the defense services. The institution has niche expertise in the field of national security, geopolitics, international relations, military diplomacy, military heritage, UN peacekeeping, professional skill development, and Atmanirbhar Bharat in defense technology. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct privilege to announce that we have reached a significant milestone in our collaboration. The Bihar Regimental Center and United Service Institution of India will now be signing a memorandum of understanding. With this, we will further collaborate on various academic, research, and preservation activities, including organizing conferences and seminars, supporting projects for preservation, historical records and artifacts, military heritage tourism, and joint research and joint publication. May I request DG USI and Colonel of the Bihar Regiment to graciously join us on stage for signing of the Memorandum of Understanding, please. May I request DG USI to please present our memento to Colonel of the Regiment. Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I feel honored to announce the USI and Amity University Patna is also collaborating through a memorandum of understanding. This collaboration will support research work and project studies covering strategic studies of national and international importance. In addition, expertise of USI for imparting training programs for the postgraduate and doctoral students on the topic of security and strategic issues shall be provided by the USI. I request Professor Dr. Vivekanand Pandey, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Amity University, Patna, to please join us on the stage, please. I request DG USI to present our memento. Sir, I would request sir to please stay, sir, Vice Chancellor sir to please stay back. Sir, later. Sir, later, sir. Honorable Vice Chancellor, MIT Patna would also like to present their mementos and Angavastra. I request Major General Rajiv Chibbar, Sena Medal, ADG Infantry Regiment to please join us. May I request Lieutenant General Abhay Krishna to please join us on the stage. I request Colonel of the Regiment to please join us on the stage. Request Major General Vikas Bharadwaj, GOC Jharkhand and Bihar sub-area on the stage, please. I request Brigadier K.D. Jaspal, Commandant Bihar Regimental Center to please come up on the stage. Also requesting Colonel Tejinder Hundal, Deputy Commandant Bihar Regimental Center for his presence on the stage. Thank you so much. May I now request Major General B.K. Sharma, AVSM, SM and BAR for the concluding remarks, please.
Professor Pandey, the Vice Chancellor of MIT University, senior officers, the panelists, and the students. I think at the outset I must express my deep gratitude to Colonel of the Regiment of Bihar Regiment, the GOC of the sub-area here and the Center Commandant and Indian Army as a whole to give us this opportunity to collaborate with you for a wonderful 2 days program. I think it's been intellectually very, very stimulating and very enriching. And what really, flattered me was to see the response of the students in the form of questions that they had raised. And I think even though our patience and our energy had exhausted, but their enthusiasm was very much alive. So my compliments to you. Now, we had 2 days of a very vibrant intellectual churning here. And what actually has emerged from the whole discourse here, that the fact remains that this region is the cradle of India's civilization and seminal thoughts. Be it Arthashastra, be it the other book that is written by different scholars here. And also it has a very well established indigenous military system from which we can learn a lot. Another thing that we also realize, the indomitable fighting spirit of Bihar Regiment, which takes recruitment from this area. And there is a trait of, fighting against injustice. As we had seen the uprisings here earlier, Kalar uprising, you had the Santhal uprising against the colonial masters, and subsequently how 7 battalions of the Bihar Regiment, actually they were in the vanguard in first war of independence in 1857. So that is something which is in the DNA, and that will hold us good in today's warfare, in the future warfare, because as long as that indomitable fighting spirit is there, the spirit to make sacrifices there, I think the future of Indian Army and the future of regiment is exceptionally bright. As we look at the geopolitical landscape today, I think it's a very, very contentious and polarized landscape. But one thing is very emerging is that most of the countries, particularly important countries, are talking about their civilizations. China talks about it, Russia is talking about it, and India is one of the oldest civilizations, and I have visited China, and perhaps the monuments, memorials, and the heritage repository which India has on ground is not even in China. It is in every nook and corner of this country. Therefore, I think one of our pincer moment today to become as what we call is the Vishwa Mitra should be how to highlight our civilizational DNA, our civilizational past to our own countrymen and to the international community at large. And this slogan of Vasudeva Kutumbakam, one earth, one people, one future, has resonated at G20 with the world leaders, and today everybody is looking towards India. But we have to also look deeply within ourselves, that while these slogans are very good, but what are we doing in practical terms to enlighten our own public and particularly our youth about this idea of a vibrant Viksit Bharat. And this Viksit Bharat 2047 actually will require a whole of nation approach. It is not in the purview of one odd organization. And this is the shining example what we've seen here today, this event that we've done. It is a benchmark of how you adopt a whole of nation approach involving the local communities, academia, intelligentsia, student community, and the military coming on one board. So USI is now launching this Veer Udbhav, Project Udbhav, which is to study the ancient Indian military system, convert it into a modern strategic vocabulary, and share with our students, with academia, so that they can further propagate this. And other initiatives that we have started is, one is Veer Gatha, That means we have a portal on Ministry of Defense portal, which is looking at different, the acts of valor of different gallantry award holders, and it has tremendous hits. And now we are embarking upon what you call is Shaurya Gatha, wherein we want to preserve and promote India's monuments, memorials, and we want to take people to different battlefield sites where our ancestors have shed their blood and their sweat for the sovereignty of this country. So I think this is a benchmark. This is what you call is a pilot project that we've undertaken together with Bihar Regiment. And based on the feedback from here and my own outreach to the higher leadership in the MOD, perhaps we'll see that if this model can be emulated in other parts of the country, and so that we create this into a phenomena and generate awareness about our military valor and our ethos of war fighting across the board. You see, personally I have gained a lot. I had some very foggy idea about Bihar, though I have been here, and we were looking at the Netflix series and a lot of crime and this and that. That itself had its own part of excitement. But when you go on ground, when I went to Nalanda University, I had interaction with the Vice Chancellor and see how many foreign students are studying there today and what is the mode of teaching. Then I went to the old Nalanda site and I was so amazed at how rich our culture and heritage has been. And there were a lot of tourists who had come from these Southeast Asian countries and they were paying obeisance and there was so much of reverence which was resonating from the groups there. So these are the kind of things that we need to really, we need to bring forward. And I'm sure that with this MOU that we signed with Bihar Regiment, I think this is just the beginning. Now we need to really do some serious footwork and see that the entire discourse is captured in some documents and it becomes part of the syllabi. I'm also grateful for the wonderful hospitality which our hosts have actually showered upon us here. And it was amazing, and particularly people like us who are retired from the service, we keenly look forward to be back in our ecosystem, but that makes us look more younger and fitter, which is very much required. So they have oxygenated us. Thank you very much. So in the end, I just want to say that USI is your institution. It has 16,000 members. Today we have opened the membership to the civilian. You can take membership there. The money is not too much. Make use of our library. We also conduct internship programs for the students of different universities. We are now engaged with NCC Directorate in a very big way, and we have made a syllabus on military history for NCC cadets, which would be taught to them. And finally, we've also got another initiative, and that is we are doing a post-graduation course, a degree in International Conflict Studies, which we've done in collaboration with Ladakh University. Please go to our website and register for that course. Money is not too much, but you will definitely get a proper degree. And International Conflict Resolution is today the in thing, and it will also open your avenues to UN system as a job seeker. So with these words, once again, thank you very much. Good luck and God bless.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged and honored to have Major General Rajiv Chibbar, Sena Medal, Additional Director General, Infantry amidst us. Major General Rajiv Chibbar was commissioned on 17 December 1988. He commanded Infantry Battalion in super high altitude along line of actual control and an Assam Rifles sector in intense counter-insurgency environment. The general officer has had a prestigious foreign tenure as advisor to Commander Botswana Defense Forces. He was also the Chief of Staff of an area headquarters prior to his present appointment as Additional Director General Infantry. Now, may I request Major General Rajiv Chibbar, Sena Medal, for valedictory address, please.
General Bansla, General Bhardwaj, Brigadier KD, General Abhay Krishna, General Manoj, General Sharma, and Dr. Pandey, Vice Chancellor, Amity University, scholars, officers, ladies, cadets and students, Jai Hind and a very good afternoon. At the outset, let me challenge the last panelist who claimed that he had a challenging task of speaking at 2 o'clock. I think my task is far more difficult at 3 o'clock. And also with KD having surprised me that to sum up such a cerebral seminar in 5 minutes is a very, very daunting task, but I'll still make a sincere effort. I think it has been evidently brought out by the speakers here that the central heartland of a nation, by virtue of the blessings of Ganges River, which treads the entire state, the fertile land, and the stock, which is extremely competitive and tremendous amount of potential for leadership, has manifested, and the country has seen it. If I look in the BCE, before Common Era, you had the great Mauryan Empire. It was the first pan-Indian empire, and what you see, the nation today, was actually a result of the same. His son, Bindusara and Ashoka thereafter, I think there is no legend who can even be compared with those great rulers. Imagine controlling, ruling, administrating a country as wide as India without any technology, no communication, no telephone, but still passing your orders, ensuring your revenue collection. I think it's an achievement which cannot be compared. You move ahead, you have the great Gupta Empire. If you analyze the exploits of Samudragupta, I think he can be compared far ahead of Napoleon because he never lost a battle in his entire life. These two empires collectively, they ruled this country more than the Mughals and Britishers placed together. So India had its own set of rulers, and of course as you go further, you had a short-lived empire, the Sur dynasty, which drove out the Mughals, but unfortunately he died in an accident. Had he not died, the history would have been different. As you move ahead further, in 1857, you had the great Kumar Singh fighting the Britishers, then Birsa Munda, who was fighting for his tribal independence, and beyond 1947, you have galaxy of senior officers. One is reminded of General S.K. Sinha, who rose up to the Vice Chief of the Indian Army and was governor of 2 states for almost 10 years. Amongst us, we have General Abhay Krishna, who has the unique privilege of commanding 3 armies. I don't think that privilege lies with anyone else other than the general officer. I would also like to correct my friend Hundal, who said that we don't know much about Bihar Regiment. We are fully aware that this is the finest regiment of the Indian Army, and we're fully aware of your contribution. And let me tell you, it's an inspiration for the other regiments. So we are privileged to be here today. We also talk about Arthashastra. I think that treatise is available and it is relevant as much today as it was 500 years back. I think all it remains for me is to thank General Bansla for having invited me over and be part of this cerebral seminar. And I must also compliment General Jai Singh Bansla and Brigadier Jaspal for having conducted this event in an excellent manner. And we have drawn a lot of lessons. And I assure General Sharma, sir, that we will carry back this point and we'll try and make this event replicated in other regiments, sir. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I wish all the best to everyone here. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. May I request Major General Jai Singh Bansla, Sena Medal, Colonel of the Bihar Regiment, to the stage to felicitate our esteemed guests. I would first like to invite our exhibition partners. I request representative from Bihar State Archives to please come up on the stage. I request representative of Khudabaksh Oriental Library for your presence on the stage, please. Also requesting representative from Planet Patna Patter Archives. I request Major General Rajiv Chibbar, Sena Medal, ADG Infantry Regiment, to please join us on the stage. Requesting Major General Vikas Bharadwaj, Vishish Seva Medal, GOC Jharkhand and Bihar Sub-Area, to join us on stage. I request Dr. Archana Tyagi, Senior Research Fellow, USI, to join us on stage, please. Lieutenant Colonel Aditya Kumar Anand. And Commander Bhapa.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Major General Jai Singh Bhansla, Sena Medal Colonel of the Bihar Regiment, for a vote of thanks, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's 3 o'clock. And Hindi ki kahavat hai, bhuke peet na hoye bhajan gopala. So it's time for lunch, but I'll depart from the established tradition of giving a vote of thanks. I'm going to just mention that we are deeply honored by the presence of our senior officers, both serving, General Chibbar, General Vikas, and our veterans, General Abhay, General Manoj, and of course the DG of the USI, General Sharma, by their presence, as also others who have made this event very successful. Yesterday and today, over the 2 days, we have gone through a unique and remarkable seminar cum exhibition, which, as has been mentioned a number of times, is first of its kind, which has been done both by a regimental center in collaboration and full support of the USI. It was well conceived, and with all the support of all the other partners who were there, it has now terminated successfully, if I may say.
I would not go through the list of speakers who have contributed. It is not out of any kind of a disrespect. Let me say that the entire sessions which happened here were all revolving around what you were mentioning and speaking of. You are masters of your trade, you are authorities on what you speak, and thank you very much for sharing all your knowledge. And in turn, you have rekindled, reinvigorated, as well as made us revisit many things which are getting lost sight of, both in the service as well as in the CV street. Thank you very much for all your contributions and making this really worthwhile. My thanks also to, sincere thanks also to the various chairs who modulated the discussions, kept it on course, and always tried to keep it within time, for which I am also guilty to some extent. Thank you very much to all the chairs once again. My special thanks is to the people who have participated as audience over the last almost 2 days now. While discourses were happening by the speakers on what they had come prepared for, your questions were really, some of them were out of the box, and which shows very clearly that you are really interested in the subject, and therefore this seminar has to a large extent achieved its aim. Somebody was asking about heritage. Your participation here in this seminar is keeping alive the heritage. You are part of that process. Thank you very much. Once again, I would like to also thank the Commandant of the Bihar Regimental Center, General Vikas, who has been giving his tacit support to the center to be able to organize and put forth this very good seminar. Thank you very much, everybody, and good luck and Jai Hind.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude this session, I request you to visit exhibition and join us for lunch. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.